Hi, Normal Merrick Show, Rob Noor here again. Hope you're having a great night. Yeah, my neighbor guy was singing. That's what I was doing. Ooh, look, the color of my shirt matches my arena board. Oh, thanks, Jolly5035. If you have any recommendations, you can follow me in the normal way. I appreciate it. Yeah, get prepped. Listen to some music I like that I'll get banged for if I play on stream. What's up, Aftershock? Thank you so much. Probably my oldest and dumbest supporter. Not that he's stupid, but anyone subscribed to me for 31 months. Jesus. It must be some screw loose. Thank you. I appreciate it, man, as always. Yeah, I hope you're all having a great day. I apologize for being later than I normally would. But my sister came to visit me. It was a lot of fun. Listen, anytime you have especially family that you like, it's always nice to have visitors. But she brought me a Wendy's Frosty. So, I mean, what can you do? At that point, she has my attention. What's topics for tonight? I don't know. I should have prepared a show better, huh? Whatever people want to talk about. I thought we'd talk a little about this Catherine Herridge business. Kind of getting the boot from CBS and then them having her turn in all of our confidential sources and all that over to the company. That'll no doubt go right to the FBI. But we talk about whatever. I'd love to debate someone. Love to chum in some lefty. That's what I'd like to do. It's the easiest content because I just crush them. I don't have to prepare. And on that note of crushing debates, I do have some news. I actually have a debate lined up for next Wednesday night at 8 p.m. Eastern. Kind of a strange topic, but I'll explain how it came about. So I will be debating Pondering, formerly Ruminate. You may know him as the guy who admitted they crushed him in the vax mandate debate, or as Peace Goes Lackey. The topic will be Devin Archer's testimony in front of the House Impeachment Committee, which is like, why would you be talking about that when Tony Bobulinski just testified? And what's the point of going back and rehashing that? Well, he said that Bobulinski's a nothing burger, just like the Devin Archer testimony was. And I said, I didn't think Devin Archer's testimony was a nothing burger. Be happy to talk to you about it. He said, okay. So there we go. We talked about possibly doing it tonight, but our schedules didn't line up exactly for tonight. And then he offered, to his credit, he offered a few nights here this weekend. And I was like, weekends are tough for me. So the first day we could find it will be next Wednesday. It's fine. Now, it would behoove me to probably go back and reread that testimony. Maybe I'll do a little of that, but probably not. Because I know, if someone clips this and sends to him, or if he happens to be listening right now, the key things that came out of that testimony was sort of the timeline of right before Joe Biden gets on a plane. Basically, Devin Archer says, I saw Zlochevsky tell Biden, you need to call people. And then he called what Devin Archer assumed was Joe Biden. And then 3 days later, Joe Biden's issuing the quid pro quo. The fact that it was the Biden brand that was on sale. And then the most damning thing, actually, believe it or not, which was the fact that he admits that Zlochevsky was upset about current investigations. And again, this is such a weak spot. It's absolutely devastating for their side's argument, because their side's argument's always been there were no active investigations into Zlochevsky. He said he was worried about pressure from investigations. And they've said, no. Victor Shokin, there were no pressure. There was no investigations. Victor Shokin was the guy in charge, but they weren't doing anything with the investigation. And so, now I haven't heard from Tim Pool, or, who I might be debating. And so basically the argument that they're forced to make is, no. When he says he was pressured from investigations, they meant in the United States? What? Drop the link to what, Jay Remsen? To the Discord? Sure. If you want to debate. How do I do that? Invite people. Copy the button. This. Yeah, there's the Discord link. What are we looking in here. Sorry, just reading something. But yeah, but I haven't heard from Tim, who I'll be debating. So I got that debate next Wednesday, and then, I think not this coming Friday, but next Friday is when I'm supposed to be on Tim's show. Now they asked me if I could push it back to the 15th potentially. Penguins are beating the Habs. I don't think the Pens are going to make the playoffs. And if you don't, I'll be honest, I don't follow any sports like I used to. But one of the things about hockey is like everybody makes the playoffs. You have to be like really crappy to not make the playoffs. I don't think the Pens are going to make it. So, whatever. But I don't know about the Canadians. I don't know how they are this year. But it'll be fun to debate, ruminate. I could already tell you what Ruminate's arguments are going to be. One, Devin Archer's testimony wasn't proof that Joe Biden's received money or did anything negative. Right. They haven't looked at Joe Biden's bank account. It's more than enough proof, though, to show that the main defense that was given of Joe Biden's quid pro quo is garbage. It also proves that they knew they were selling the Biden brand. I'm not saying that the testimony of Devin Archer was like smoking gun proof Joe Biden committed a crime, but it certainly moved the ball more in that direction. The other thing he'll say is, well, Devin Archer says that they specifically told them that the getting rid of Shokin would be bad for them. Right, that's what they told him, and Devin Archer says that, of course, you could tell that Devin Archer's alluding to, that was the narrative they told me. In other words, of course, that's what they said, because they'll just say, no, I don't think they will have Destiny debate me. In fact, I suggested that Destiny be the one to debate me, and I don't think it's going to be Destiny. My understanding, I wasn't told anything specifically, but I'm intuiting. I think they're trying to get different guests, and because Destiny's done their show as a lefty several times before that's sort of debated people, they would like to try to go in a different direction. But I would be more than happy for it to be Destiny. That would probably be the ideal person, because I think that people in Tim Pool's audience and people in left-wing audiences think Destiny is one of the bigger debaters. Also, Destiny just debated Ben Shapiro and others, so if I'm the person he's debating immediately after Ben Shapiro, I think that looks good for me, and I'm confident I'll win a debate against Destiny, as I almost always do, so that would be fine. But I don't think they'll go in that direction, so whoever they pick, I would be fine with few exceptions. I would be fine no matter what. I guess there's no exceptions. But there's people that I really don't want to debate. And that's people that are just unbelievably dumb that I've already blown out. Or people that are just going to spurg out and not try to have a conversation. Other than that, though. What's up, Roland? Thank you. I really appreciate it. It's just culture war as far as I know. I don't think... it's supposed to be March 1st. Now, I don't think it'll be me versus food shops. I don't think they'll go in that direction. Who knows? Maybe we'll be surprised. But what do we got here? All right, I think we chummed someone in. Let me get my headphones and everything set up. Though they didn't type in chat. You figure they would have said, okay, I'll debate you on X. No comment check. That would be a great debate. Let me fix this now. We had some troll problems yesterday, so I wouldn't be surprised if we get some people trying to come in and troll. But you do what you can in these situations. So we'll move A to the waiting room, or to the live on air. All right, A, if you could hear me. What's up, my friend?
What's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're very loud, though. Let me adjust your volume if you don't mind. How you doing?
I'm doing good, Rob.
Do I know you?
This is Cutsleeves.
Oh, it's Cutsleeves. You're not going to debate against me. What's up, man? How you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing good. I just came here for a quick little chat.
Yeah,
That's
cool.
good.
Let me ask. Can I ask a little about your life? How it's going?
Yeah, bro. I think I already texted you or DM'd you what college I went to.
I don't remember.
No.
You may have, but you don't have to tell
I
me
think
where.
I
But
think you know what it. Yeah. No. You know what it is. It's the best debate college in the country,
Okay,
and
so you're
starts with a K.
yeah. Okay, are you debating then?
Yeah.
How are you
What'd
doing?
you
Or what
say?
division are you in? Oh,
Varsity.
you're doing open already. Good for you, man. Yeah,
Yeah, as a freshman.
yeah.
Yeah,
That's
they
tough.
got me running through the ringer.
Yeah. So does your partner have more experience than you or less?
They have more experience, but I'd still say I'm better.
Yeah. Don't. Hopefully they're not listening right now. True. True.
No.
I won't talk too much because we'll bore everyone if we're just talking about debate. But I'll say one of the hardest lessons I learned when I was clearly better than my partner. Uh, you really are only as good as you are as a team, and you have to understand that for better or worse, your partner's your partner, and you can't be arrogant and try to dominate. You have to take their input and make them an equal member of the team, even if you think you're better. And it took me a long time to learn that. So hopefully, if you're in a similar position to what I was most of the time I was debating, you could learn that quicker than me because you'll be far better for it if you do. So
How good did you do in college? Like, was there like the NDT in college
yeah, I
when you were
qualified.
debating?
Yeah, I qualified for the NDT. Yep.
Nice. How good did you do?
At the NDT, we went 1-7, so not great. um,
Hey, that's fair.
I was so I'll like to be as honest as possible. We debated here in the East Coast. We were in the ADA. I don't know if you've debated in the ADA, but that was we started off
Yeah.
as American Debate Association. So we started off in the novice division. I think I was fourth overall speaker at ADA Nationals my varsity year. So I was pretty good, and I think that even my debate partner would admit I was definitely the stronger of us two. A lot of us going 1-7 had to do with we were just completely burned out, and we set this goal of making it to the NDT. And once we did, we basically just drank our asses off and didn't prepare probably as hard as we should have once we got there. But no, we were a solid team. And I enjoyed it. And coming with having no high school experience and then going to a small state school, it was difficult, to advance to that level. But being just making it to be in open debate or varsity debate, whatever you want to call it, is an achievement, man. It's people don't understand that aren't in it. It's a different level. There are pretty much no bad varsity debaters in college. Like it's it's a slog, man. And it's not like here when I'm debating people online where sometimes you just get these random people to call on and it's like they don't even know how to
Oh,
formulate arguments or they don't know the bare levels. Like everyone you're debating's been doing hours upon hours of research all week. They've been practicing like crazy. There are team, and this based on the school that I'm pretty sure you're going to. Like there are schools with like seven-figure budgets for their debate team. So I mean, it's serious business, and so just being, I'm especially as a freshman. I mean, that's really an impressive feat. So, and I think you're right. If you can start, my policy was always my goal was at the end of my debate career, I wanted to be as best as I possibly could. So I was of the philosophy the best way to do that is to debate the best people. So I wanted to move to varsity as soon as possible. My coach wanted me to stay at novice then JV a little longer than I wanted because we were trying to get a budget, right? So I went to Clarion University. They never wanted to fund us. But if we could go in and say, Rob won the national tournament at the novice level against Harvard, well, that looks really impressive, right? But what the donors don't
yeah.
understand is, well, novice is a completely different game than varsity. But they didn't know that. All they see is, oh, Clarion beat Harvard? Wow, right? Like that's how they're looking at it. It took me 2 years. I didn't start debating in the open until my third year in debate. So you're ahead of schedule, at least for where I was. So hopefully you end up better.
Wait, so I do have a comment to make. Every time you start spreading, bro, I'm like, oh my gosh, this dude's so slow.
Yeah, they don't believe me when I tell my audience that. Now, I'm probably a
Rob
little
is
slower
so
now.
slow.
I'm probably a little slower now than I was when I debated, but not much. I mean, I'm not kidding you when I was absolutely probably the slowest debater at the NDT the year I was there, with the exception of like performance debaters. You know what I mean by that, right? The people that are just like
Yeah.
they don't really talk fast because they're just yelling that you're a racist and whatever. But other than that, Yeah, I was
How
slow.
do you feel about performance debate?
Hated it. Thought it was shit. I didn't like the. It took me 2 years to. I still hated critiques, but it took me 2 years to learn how to properly deal with them because, to me, the idea of like the alternative being rejection was always like cheating. It's like, well, we defend something. If you're going to indict capitalism, then what's your system? Well, we don't take a stance on that. Well, screw that. It's easy.
Yeah.
It's easy to indict anything. Like you could take let's say me and you agree the greatest president ever is George Washington, right? And we both agree with that. And then you're like, okay, but here's some criticisms I have of George Washington. And I say, okay, fair enough. Who did you like more than him? No one. I don't take a stance on that. I just say these are valid criticisms. Well, no shit. There's no system or person that you can't have criticisms. But what are you comparing it to? Right. And I hate it. But I learned how to deal with the critique. Performance I always thought was a cop out. And 95% of the time, I feel like performance debaters are smug and they're not making intelligible arguments. And judges are just super woke lefties that eat that shit up. Because if you claim like, I don't understand what you're trying to say, I don't know what sort of performance is I haven't followed debate or even judged a debate since probably 2016. But, when I was there, some of the rounds I saw, people cutting up the American flag while they played Jimi Hendrix national anthem, girls stripping completely nude, not saying anything. I debated a round once where two people just simulated gay anal sex for 9 minutes. And it's like, what
The hell?
Yeah, that's all true.
Gay anal sex.
Yeah. And then they wanted you to act offended so they could say you were a homophobe, basically. So I mean, it's just nonsense like that. We had a team. This is a true story. I don't know if people be interested in this, but we had a team that went to. So you're aware of this, right? Like different districts have different styles. So like I was in D7. We were more policy debate oriented. There were critiques and stuff, but very little performance. So it was like Clarion, Pitt, Mary Washington University, Liberty University. Mostly, there wasn't a lot of performance style debate. Most of it was policy, and you had a lot of politics disads and shit like that. The audience is like, "What the hell is he talking about?" But
Liberty's now K and stuff.
yeah, I know they started to change after I left. I know, but they were super policy debate when I was debating them, and so that was D7, and it made it easier to start off as a novice because even though like people might think speed reading and spreading people out's difficult, it's you could learn that, but like you expect, I go to this Clarion University. It's this little, country bumpkin town in the middle of Pennsylvania. Most of the people you have that are coming through the doors at Clarion University, they don't have scholarships. Clarion probably wasn't their first choice. Probably their grades weren't the best or their SATs weren't the best. So you convince them to go to a novice debate tournament and you're like, yeah, the topic's going to be, should we ratify the Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty? And let me tell you about nuclear weapons, right? And then all of a sudden they get around and the topic changes to like, well, we think that the Lord of the Rings is racist because it's an allegory for how we treated the Native Americans. And you got these kids that are like, dude, I'm just doing this for class credit. What the hell are you talking about? Like, it made it difficult to encourage novices to want, they'd just be like, this is stupid. Or you'd get some round where they're just screaming that you're racist. People don't want to deal with that. They're like, whatever, dude, I'm just doing this for class credit. So we were a little lucky that we saw less of that where we were. So that's what D7 was usually about, more policy oriented. But when you started to shift into like, we'd travel up to D8 to like Binghamton and Rochester and places like that, shit would get crazier. And, I could tell you story after story. I wasn't there, but friends of mine that were debating at JV for us, they were a solid JV team. They were probably, top 4 in this particular tournament. It wouldn't have been a surprise to see them win the tournament at the JV level, and they ended up going 0-2 the first night because everything at this tournament was insane, crazy bullshit. So they decided to switch strategies and just make a mockery of the whole thing. And so what they did was they had this parrot that my dad had bought me. It was a stuffed parrot, and when you pressed it, it would swear at you. It'd be like, fuck you, asshole, and say shit like that, and just different like phrases. So what they would do was the one dude on the team put a garbage can on his head and started beating a wooden spoon the whole speech. And then in cross-ex, to answer, they would just hit this parrot that would say, fuck you, asshole. And his partner started screaming about Donald Rumsfeld owned the company that made aspartame, and it was giving everyone cancer, and it was this big conspiracy. And so the diet soda that was being served at the cafeteria or whatever was there to purposely give cancer. They went 4-0. We're dominating. And the entire thing was a criticism of the debate community. Like, you lefties are so stupid that everyone's like, oh, we see the deep meaning in this. We understand that, like, society has oppressed you and blah, blah, blah. No, we're making fun of you. But yeah, they ended up doing phenomenal at this tournament because they were making fun of it. And that's to me is what performance debates. It's, if you're wondering, if you're listening, you're like, what's he talking about? Did you ever see, like, you know, modern art where, like, the one I saw recently was like this guy stacked like 15 sand buckets, like toy sand buckets you would see. He stacked them up and then pushed them over slightly and then bowed, and everyone applauds like, well, this is some great modern art. Or someone will just throw, you know, shit at a wall and be like, there, that's $100,000 painting. That's what performance debate is to me. It's not like, it's nothing, but everyone wants to pretend they're this, oh, I see the deep meaning that no one else could see. And then the next judge is like, no, the meaning's even deeper than that. Now, obviously, there's different levels of performance debate, but, you know, have you seen any crazy stuff like that?
No. There's a lot more performance debate, but it's a lot less. No one's simulating gay sex.
Right. It's more moderate. Yeah. Yeah, and there was performance debate that there were performance debaters that I thought would try to be topical. Maybe there was a lot of, like, you used to have Louisville and Towson would do, like, organic intellectuals. So maybe they would stand up and they would read, like, poems from Chuck D.
Oh, that's an argument. Yeah, that's a popular argument.
Yeah, like, the organic intellectual and, like, reading rappers and shit like that. That's within the realm of an intelligible debate, I think. I think that's a debate to be had. That's different than the level of shit I'm talking about. So, you know, if someone stands up, if the topic, you know, is Israel-Palestine conflict, and someone wants to stand up and be like, you know, well, let's read what Chuck D had to say about, you know, the war on inner cities back home. I think that's, you know, at least in the area of conversation. But, yeah, some of the shit
Did you ever vote for one?
Yeah, I voted for lefty crazy shit all the time. Because to me, I gave a judge philosophy. To me, you had to be topical. And then I gave preferences. But part of my judge philosophy is, if you lay out a framework for the debate and it goes unchallenged, I accept the framework. And so if you stand up with some crazy performance shit and say, this is what we think the debate should be about, and the other side acquiesces to that by not challenging it, well, my role as a judge is now both teams have basically tacitly agreed this is what the debate's about. So I'll try my best to evaluate it in that manner. I thought it would have been stepping in. In other words, for me, a judge philosophy was merely my preferences. But if both teams agree, like, hey, instead of deciding this debate based on who's the best debater, instead you should decide it on who has the best clothes, and both teams agree with that, okay. Sounds good to me. I'll try my best. You know, I'm not qualified to do this, but, and that's how I felt. And so framework debates I thought were always interesting because even though it would be easier to win a policy framework in front of me argumentatively, so many times teams would make the strategic mistake of dropping it. So you would have a team would stand up and read a critique and say, our framework for the debate is which team would spur the most real world action to positive change. So don't look at it like you're a member of Congress, you know, fiat exists and all that. Forget about fiat. We're just saying which one of these speeches would be better to motivate people to make the sort of changes we're saying. And the other team will say, no, policy framework, you know, but then in the 2NR, the negative team's like, well, go to the framework flow. We're going to kick it. We'll agree with their framework. Okay, right? What am I supposed to do? Say, no, I don't like this performance bullshit? I would say, okay, if you kick the framework arguments, there you go. Now we're in the world of crazy performance shit. And guess what? If you're a policy debater and you're debating a crazy performance team, they're probably better at the crazy performance shit than you. So, yeah. So, yeah, I definitely voted. You know, for me, though, topicality, if you blatantly weren't topical, and for the audience, if you don't know what this means, the debate topic in policy debate's the same every year. It's always a big, long thing so that there could be many plans within a topic, so there's variation, but the topic's always the same all year. When you're debating, half the rounds you'll be the affirmative, and half the rounds you'll be the negative. And all that means is, as the affirmative, you have to have a plan that proves the resolution. So if the resolution is resolved, the United States federal government should reduce one of their agricultural subsidies. Your plan could be, we'll reduce corn subsidies. And that would mean you're topical. You're defending the topic. The other team doesn't have to argue, no, the topic's bad. They just have to argue your plan is bad, or they have a better plan than you. And that's the way policy debate goes. Well, what would happen would be, well, the topic's about subsidies, and you stand up and you say, we should give the land back to the Indians. And you're like, well, what's that have to do with subsidies? Well, the mere fact that you're saying we have to talk about subsidies proves you're racist. We don't have to be topical. And as a judge, I'd say, yeah, you do. You lose. Because if you don't have to be topical, then you could argue anything. You could stand up and say, I think murder is bad. And what's the negative going to say to that? Like, sure, murder is bad, but what does that do to prove the resolution? Nothing. So you can't just defend a true statement and say, therefore we win. You have to defend something that is a defense of the resolution. And so there was a lot of rounds I got in shit because I would vote for topicality, and it wasn't really popular to do so most of the time. And so teams would be furious with me. And I was like, man, it's the first line in my judge philosophy. Like, you have to adapt to your judge. And I had a team once, I voted against them. They were actually even more bold. They specifically were anti-topical. So I forget exactly what the topic was. And they said, we disagree with the topic, and so we will argue against the topic. And the other team stood up and was like, hey, judge, your philosophy says you have to be topical, so we think they're making a bunch of good arguments, but they're negative arguments, so we should win. And I was like, I agree. Like, simple enough. And this team's coach got furious with me. The tournament was at Binghamton, I believe. The team's coach got furious with me and came up to me after the round, was yelling at me after the round, and said, who do you coach for? And I said, Clarion University. And he said, then we'll have our judge philosophies from now on say, if you're topical, you lose. And I said, okay, then we won't be topical. We'll adjust to our judge. And he said, then I'll change my philosophy to say Clarion University always loses. And I was like, all right, smart ass. But that's how petty they were. Yeah. I mean, it's just stupid. It's like one of the things that no one thinks about in policy debate in college is, at the end of the day, your judge is a human. Right? And humans are fallible, and humans have preferences, and you might lose a round in front of 99 judges, but all you got to do is win that one judge in the back of the room. And so if that judge has a judge philosophy and is telling you, these are the types of arguments I like, you should damn well be making those types of arguments. And if that means you're a policy debater like me, and you get someone in the back of the room that says, I don't like policy debate, I like performance debate, guess what? I'm doing performance. Like, that's it. I'd be stupid not to, right? I'm going to do what they say that they want to hear, because all I'm trying to do is win that judge's ballot. And so that's one of the strengths I had as a debater. And it shocked me how many times, because you know this, I'm guessing it's the same. What would you say the percentage of is people in the debate that are right wing?
0.
I could name me and the head coach from Boston College, name was John Katsoulis. He was even more right-wing than me. We were probably the only two that I knew in the whole country that were coaching. And so there was all these assumptions about what a judge wants to hear. They want to hear left-wing woke shit. Well, not me. And I gave you my judge philosophy before the round, so you should know what I want to hear. And if you choose to not listen, that's on you. Now, if both teams choose to not listen, fair enough. I try my best to decide. But if one team decides to listen and the other team doesn't, they're probably going to have a much better chance to win. But they didn't want to hear that shit. They wanted you to go along to get along. Well, you should be a crazy lefty person too. Sorry, you know. Well, Zen Forehead says, ask my guest if he likes any internet debaters. This is my friend Cutsleeve. He used to call in all the time. So I know for a fact he likes watching internet debates. But other than me, who do you like? Do you watch a lot of internet debates anymore? I don't even know if you watch me anymore. You're probably busy in college.
Nah. I tuned into your streams a lot, bro. Dude, I used to like Piss Chimp, but Pisco, dude, that fucking fire alarm thing, bro.
Yeah, I know.
That shit was crazy. Well, I didn't even look. He didn't even look at the door.
He still doesn't get why why it's a big deal to me, because. And you know that. You probably share a lot of similarities with me. Like, I like debating. You probably do too. That's why you're doing it in college. I don't think you're doing it in an attempt to get rich. Like you're gonna like. It's not like they're gonna create a UFC league of debate that you're gonna join. You know, like
Yeah.
it's a hobby. It could help you get noticed. It could help you get into a grad school. You know, but other than that, it's probably not gonna be your career. So you do it because you like it. It's fun. You know, part of the fun of it is the potential for debating other people that share similar values with you and similar goals. And one of those goals is you assume if you make a good argument that the other team would recognize it. They'd be like, yeah, okay. Or that the judge recognizes it. If they can't, if you have a judge in the back of the room and it's like, it doesn't matter what you say. They're like, oh, I know you voted for Trump, so I'm never going to vote for your team. Even though the debate has nothing to do with that. It's not fun. It's not worthwhile. Similarly, what we're doing online is we don't have a judge. So we're sort of our own judges in a sense. We're the debaters and the judges. And to find out that someone that you spent so much time debating because you had the assumption like, oh, well, they're at least willing to admit when something, we all have biases, so it might take a lot to convince someone, but surely they would be convincible if something blatant happened. And to watch that, that to me showed me, which I feared, but that was a clear cut that is partisan beyond help. It's willing to sacrifice any integrity you have to spread whatever bullshit. And so why would I want to have a debate with you? I'll still debate them, don't get me wrong. But why am I interested in having a debate with you on the indictment of this confidential human source when literally if I debate you and something bad for your side comes up, you'll say shit like, well, when he said he didn't intend for the alarm to go off, what he really meant was he did intend for the alarm. Like, that's it. That's the end of all credibility that you ever have. Yeah,
Like, bro,
that's how I
that's
felt.
so that was so crazy. And it's just like, bro, sometimes like if you asked him this question, and like this is like hypotheticals that we could like these are counterfactuals that we could never truly know. But if you asked him the question before the video came out, and if you're like, hey, if there was a video that showed dude pull fire alarm and didn't even check the door to go out, would you admit you're wrong?
Yeah.
They'd probably be like, yeah, yeah. If that fantastical video came out, I'd admit that I'm wrong.
It
But
was,
bro,
I know, and I try to do that and other things. And again, the funniest thing, the whole situation's so funny to me because we had the initial discussion before the video came out, and it was laughable that there were people even trying to make that argument. Oh, he pulled the fire alarm. Yes, he had motive to pull it. Yes, he had motive to want to delay. But trust us, he pulled it because he was trying to get out a door. That was laughable enough. So we had the debate, whatever. I let it go. I didn't like keep harping on. I never brought it up again on my show that I know of. And I didn't bring it up on Twitter or X. And then all of a sudden, he starts bringing it up and he's gaslighting his audience. He's like, oh, Rob said that there could never be an alarm that unlocks the door. But look at this. I found this alarm somewhere that unlocks the door. And I was like, not only did I not say that, I actually said there was a 20% chance that could be the case in this time. Right? And so he was just blatantly lying about what I said. And then he's like, well, anyways, and then proceeds to go on about it. And it just so happens, I'll never forget this day because it was a milestone in my life. The next day was the first movie I ever took my son to, and we went to see the Paw Patrol movie. And so we go into the movie theater, and I didn't touch my phone really all day. And then we go to eat afterwards, and I get home, and I check my phone, and everyone's blowing up about this Jamal Bowman video being released. And I just laughed my ass off. I'm like, wow, what terrible timing for Pisco. He re-brings this up, and then the next day, the video comes out showing he's completely wrong. And so then I'm like, okay, Pisco, now what? And he doubles down. And that, for me, that was like, yeah, that's what I thought. And again, I know it's like, I don't give a shit about one guy's a hack, whatever. But that was the one guy I liked talking to because he would at least like delve into these court documents with me or delve into testimony and stuff. What's everyone else do? That's a hoax. That's a conspiracy. At least Pisco will talk. And that's why I'll still debate with him. But there is no chance that that guy's good faith on anything at this point. Just none. Like, that's it. And you know.
I'm not gonna lie, as a viewer, bro, watching Pisco debate, I love the intellect. Y'all are both very intelligent, both into the weeds. But watching them talk, bro, it's like, dude, are you filibustering?
Yeah, one of the things.
Three most irrelevant letters to get to like one word.
Right. That's exactly right. I said this before. I said he uses more words to say nothing than anyone I've ever seen. right? The criticism that you could make of me, which people do, is the opposite, that I gish gallop. In other words, I say too much information, right? Pisco's the opposite. Pisco will talk for 5 minutes and say nothing, right? And you're just like, wait, what? Like, what are you talking about? Like, and it's frustrating, and it is an effective style, right? And one of the things, and you'll learn this in policy debate in college as well. You're never, if you're debating someone who's even remotely at the same level as you, like even remotely, you're not going to win every argument. You're just not. So what you need to get good at is picking out the arguments that are the most important and being able to explain to your judge, okay, we might lose this argument and this argument, but we win this argument, and this means we win the round because, and then you give a good reason of why. That was one of the things I was very good at. What you'll see is a lot of people, even very good debaters, they're unwilling to concede anything. They'll argue every point. And in policy debate, that's a really bad idea because you have a limited time. And so what happened, I'm sure you've seen it, right? We call them flows. That's the type of way you keep notes. And you know this obviously, but just for the audience, you might have 5 different arguments. So 5 sheets of paper or 5 tabs opened up on where you're keeping your flow or your notes. And it might be like the economy and, disease and global warming, right? So what you do is before you speak each time you get up to speak, you'll tell the judge and the other team, first I'm going to go to the economy flow, and then I'll move on to the global warming flow, right? What'll happen will be, you'll see a team in their last speech, like either in the 1AR or the 2NR, the middle speech or last speech, they only have 6 minutes, and they'll be like, we're going to go to all 5 sheets of paper. And then by the time they get to the 5th sheet of paper, they have like 15 seconds. Well, the problem is maybe that 5th sheet was the most important sheet. And so now they've lost because they only spent 50. Because instead of just conceding arguments that weren't that important on these other sheets of paper, they just were like, nope, I have to win every single argument. And it happens a lot. That actually happens a lot in debate. And it happens on these online debates as well. There are people that are unwilling to concede everything. Well, one of the things Pisco does, and Destiny does this as well, is they'll focus on something that's almost irrelevant to the overarching point, like some little minute specific detail. And they'll want to spend all their time arguing that. And then it's like they run out the clock, and it's like you don't get to talk about, or you forget that you were going to talk about all this other stuff. And it's something I need to get better at dealing with. So, for example, the last time I debated Pisco with the moderator was Andrew Wilson at the Crucible, and Andrew did this. He asked us to define the term insurrection. It is irrelevant in however Pisco defines the term insurrection is fine by me. I could concede his definition, irrelevant to me. But that's where he wants to spend all of his time arguing. The reason it's irrelevant, you might say, how's that irrelevant? Because my argument is there is a double standard in how law enforcement enforces this. Now, Pisco is going to use a definition of insurrection that's going to be very broad, because we all know what we saw January 6th wasn't an insurrection. It wasn't a serious attempt to overthrow the government. They didn't have firearms, etc. So he has to say, no. The definition of insurrection is broad enough to include January 6th. And any definition of insurrection that's broad enough to include January 6th would include the Chaz Zone and would include March 30th, 2020, or May 30th, 2020, when a bunch of lefties tried to break into the White House, and would have included a bunch of the George Floyd riots. And so the question still becomes, okay, even if we accept that definition, why was no politician kicked off the ballot that supported these groups? And he doesn't have an answer to that. But that's where he wants to spend all of his time. Oh, we're going to have this nuanced discussion on what definition of insurrection. And I'm just like, I just don't give a shit. And that's what happens, right? And so it runs out the clock. You get, or, when we're talking about the Jamal Bowman thing, he can't defend his position, so he then says, I want to debate about why I would be bad faith. Well, I don't know why you would be bad faith. I have a guess, but it's irrelevant to the fact that you're clearly being bad faith. But he wants to spend 20 minutes on why am I bad faith? What do I give a shit? All that does is it runs out the clock, and it dilutes the actual debate that was going on. And this is the same that happens with the Burisma debates. It's actually the strategy right now that the Democrats are using. We have all this information about shady shit with Burisma. Now, the most smoking gun would be if we found out Joe Biden literally got paid $5 million. Like if they, tomorrow find a bank statement from Joe Biden for $5 million at this time from Zlochevsky, basically all the other arguments we've made are irrelevant because that's a smoking gun. But if that smoking gun turns out to be a dud, it turns out to be wrong, that doesn't mean all the other evidence goes away. But that's the strategy the Democrats are playing. See, you had questions about the IRS whistleblowers. You had questions about the laptop, Hunter Biden's laptop. You had questions about this. All of it's Russian disinformation now because of this one CHS that we've arrested. So it's all Russian disinformation. You see, they focus on a tangential point, although in this case, an important point. And they are like, if we win this tangential point, then everything else goes away. So it's an effective strategy.
If the glove does not fit, we will quit.
Right. That's exactly. It's the same. You're absolutely right. It is the exact same type of argument. That's what's going on. So filibuster is the correct term. Now, it works, particularly in a context where you have a formatted debate, like with a moderator, and you're going to do 2 hours. But for me, it's like I'll stay up until 3 a.m. So I'm going to get to what I want to talk about. But I do need to be better at just being like, I'm just going to dispense with this. I don't give a shit.
Dude.
You
know what's frustrating sometimes, bro? Every kill shot argument that some of these like internet debate bros have is just like, why weren't they more corrupt?
Right.
Like they weren't the maximum corruption.
Right.
Like,
well, here's another example. Like when I debated Destiny and shamed him on, right? So there's these, what happens is these arguments get out in the ether and then everyone repeats them like lemmings, right? And I'm not saying it doesn't happen on my side, but for me, that's very rare because I'm trying to read the source material itself. And oftentimes I'm coming up with arguments that I don't hear other people on our side make. So it's rarer to happen to me, but most of the time on the left, this is what happens. Someone will say something and then it's repeated ad nauseum as the answer. So for example, with the robnoerr report, is that his first name, Robert? Whatever, her report. No one's talking about it in the debate sphere that I debate. No one's talking about it. And they're sort of waiting for the first person to say something. And it doesn't matter if what they say is good or not. That's what will be repeated from here until the end of time verbatim as the answer to. And the little people that have talked, it's been none of the people I've debated. The argument will end up being, but he cooperated. That'll be it. But he cooperated. That's it. Apples to oranges, he cooperated. And that'll be that. That's what they'll repeat that. So one of the things they say all of the time when you talk about the corruption of the Russiagate stuff, they'll say, how could you say the FBI is corrupt? James Comey cost Hillary the investigation. Why did he announce reopening the investigation right before the vote or the election? Right? That line, I hear that from almost every single person that you debate Russiagate with that's on the left. James Comey was against Hillary. Why else would he open the investigation right before the election, reopen it? And so every time I tell them the same thing. Well, because a whistleblower was going outside the FBI to the Southern District of New York because the FBI was intentionally trying to cover up this laptop of Anthony Weiner. And this agent was upset about it and kept going to the top brass at the FBI and being ignored. So he went outside the agency. And so then James Comey said, well, I assume Hillary's going to win the election. I don't want an investigation to happen her first year in office. I don't want them to blame the FBI and say we intentionally covered up for her. So we'll reopen the investigation quickly, close it just as quickly, and say there. Now they can't say any of that. Now I've told Destiny that. I don't know how many times I've debated Destiny and told him this exact. And yet the last time I was talking to him, once more he brings that up. Oh, blah, blah, blah. So, again, I had to explain to him. We actually had to go through the IG report that literally said almost verbatim what I was saying. And Destiny, who said, we don't have any proof of it, blah, 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 he just goes, okay, and then moves on. And now what does he say? Well, if I talk about potential corruption elsewhere, he says, but Rob, if there was corruption, just like in the Comey thing, wouldn't there have been a whistleblower that outed it? In other words, the arguments he's making is there can no longer be any government corruption because if we have one example ever of a whistleblower outing corruption, it proves that any example of corruption would have a whistleblower that would out it, which is nonsensical. Anyone with half a brain could see like, well, that's stupid. I mean, even no matter if you're on the left, right, socialist, fascist, anything in between, you'd have to admit, in governments at some point somewhere, there have been acts of corruption. You can't say, I no longer think any corruption was ever possible, because if so, there would have to be a whistleblower. It's just a dumb argument. And yet, that's the argument they'll make. And so you're exactly right. Like, these kill shots arguments or things like that they think gets them out of the debate. Well, if the FBI was going to be corrupt, why would they have bothered to investigate January 6th at all? And it's like, do I even have to explain this? It's so stupid. It's so dumb. But yeah, you're right. It's a frustrating argument. Or, the next best thing. My argument is it's not Republican versus Democrat. It's sort of establishment versus populist. And their response is always, but Comey was a Republican. Right. Anyone at this point that's going to argue that James Comey, because he's a Republican, that must mean he likes Trump, that's going to ignore everything Comey said, is just either completely ignorant or completely bad faith. It is quite evident. I mean, for God's sakes, he's taking pictures, drinking coffee, wearing shirts that say, I'm with her. And your argument's going to be, but he's a Republican. I mean, it's just dumb. And it ignores. And that's the other thing. People assume the arguments that you're going to make. And so, like, a lot of people, when I debate them, they assume that I'm just a Trump supporter. I'm not going to consider, criticize anything Trump did. That's my only concern, protecting Trump. They don't understand that my big issue has nothing to do with Trump. It has to do with the double standard. Because my big issue is corruption in these institutions like the FBI. So that's what my focus is. And so they assume that I'm just like, well, I'm Mr. Republican. I'm just going to defend the Republicans. And so therefore, if a Republican like James Comey says something, I have to accept that. But I'm not Mr. Republican. I also criticize when Republicans in office passed the Patriot Act, or Republicans in office like George Bush took us to Iraq. So they have this caricature of what I am, and then they argue against that, and they don't understand that it's like, like, for example, the Herr report, my entire argument is it illustrates a double standard. That Herr outlines a bunch of evidence, which I think is blatant evidence of a crime committed by Joe Biden. And then he says, in my opinion, we will not charge because I think there could be reasonable doubt for the jury. I think he's wrong on his opinion. I accept what he outlines as the factual nature of what Joe Biden did. I disagree with his decision to take that factual information and not charge. I think that it's a double standard. I think it's basically corruption. That's what I think. And yet when I debate someone, they'll say, but Herr said he didn't commit a crime. Well, that's not what Herr said, but I'm impugning Herr. That's what I'm doing. I'm saying I disagree with Herr. I think it's a double standard. And their answer is, but Herr said, and I'm like, right, and I'm disagreeing. I'm impugning him. But Herr said, so if you saw this debate I did with this guy, Lefty Jesus, the other day, that's what he keeps going back to. And then he goes, well, I'm not a lawyer, but Herr is. Then why are we debating? If you're admitting you have no answer, because he admits when I'm like, don't you think that the factual predicate proves this is a crime? Well, when I say exactly what Biden did, but use the name Trump, he goes, oh yeah, that's a crime. Then when I'm like, okay, well, Biden did that. And he's like, well, Herr said it wasn't a crime. And I argued with someone on Twitter the other day, same thing. On Twitter, this lady was saying, she said, anybody who fails to comply with the subpoena would be arrested. If it was me or you, a normal person would be arrested. I was like, really? Eric Holder, Hunter Biden? Well, those are different. Those are congressional subpoenas. So already moving the goalpost. I said, okay, what about Hillary's team deleting subpoenaed evidence? You know what her response was to me? Quoting James Comey, no reasonable prosecutor would prosecute. And I was like, but you just said 2 tweets ago that anyone who did something like that would be prosecuted. And now when I show you an example, you're like, well, of course they weren't prosecuted. No reasonable prosecutor would prosecute them. Like, it never even connects in their head. They're like, what are you talking about? So when I criticize, and it's so easy to be a lefty because all of the institutions are on your side. So you could always just point to them.
Exactly.
You don't ever have to know anything. Yeah, go ahead.
It's a tautology, right? So you're like, the institutions are the corrupt. And they're like, but the institutions say they're not corrupt.
Right. Show me the proof. And even if they're not openly admitting it, that's what almost all of them are saying. So like, you think about it this way. Once you're in, like, say someone like Pisco's defense, when you'll point out these double standards, even before the Herr report, like, so you'd point out the double standards of like Hillary's team, right? And you can go through the IG report. And basically, for those that are wondering how to argue against this, understand what these reports are doing. Even if the reports are being done by good people, what they're doing is they're not trying to find motivation or evidence of a crime. They're merely looking at something like the IG is looking at this and he's saying, was what the investigators did within the bounds of what the investigators are supposed to do? In other words, there are laws, but there are also things that aren't laws, just like departmental policies. So were these actions within departmental guidelines? And the truth is, most of these guidelines are very broad, right? So what they're doing, what the IG's doing when he's looking at all this stuff, is saying, hypothetically, was this individual thing that I'm looking at right now within guidelines? And the problem is, and this is a term you'll hear thrown around an awful lot when I'm debating someone like Pisco, prosecutorial discretion. In other words, there is wiggle room left up to investigators and prosecutors about who to charge based on their own personal discretion. And so you could see, for example, 4 people right behind each other, all going 75 miles an hour in a 65 zone. And the prosecutors could go after the third car, but leave the other 3 cars go. Why? Well, they have discretion, and they could come up with any reason they wanted why they got the third car and not the other 3. They could do that if that's what they want. You know, it just so happens that almost every time they go after Trump people as hard as possible, and Hillary's people or the people against Trump as easy as possible. Just so happens. But the IG's not looking at that, because the IG's just saying, was the decision to give everyone immunity in the Hillary team within departmental guidelines? Yes, it was. Was the decision to go after all of these Trump people as hard as possible within departmental guidelines? Well, sometimes no, like with Kevin Kleinsmith or with the FISA warrants, but most of the time, yes. It's written broadly enough that they're allowed to do that stuff. And so then that, and to Horowitz's credit, he's not saying like, look, I can't 100% prove that this was bias, but I know it's bias. He just says, we did not find evidence that bias factored into this. And so that allows the Democrats to run with this and go, well, Horowitz didn't say that the FBI did anything that was a crime. He might have said that there were a lot of problems within the department, but ultimately he said it was okay to open the investigation and they were okay to give everyone immunity and blah, 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 which is true on an individual level. But what it's not doing is looking at the broad scope. You might say, okay, you went after this one situation, Trump's team hard, and this one situation, Hillary's team easy. But it's every time. And that's not what the IG's job is. They're not looking at it. And so what that allows is, it allows this sort of appeal to authority that you see from people on the left that'll say, well, if there was a crime, why weren't charges brought? The FBI disagrees with you. Mueller disagrees with you. Hur disagrees with you. That's the type of shit they say. And then on the off chance you get one of these people that actually is more scathing, like Durham, they say, Durham's a hack. We don't trust him. That's it. It's that simple. And that's, you know, and so that's the constant source of frustration, because if you're on the left, it's so easy to debate. Like if I'm Destiny right now, or Pisco, or Dylan Burns, and all of the major institutions like the FBI agree with me, you know, and someone debates me and they're like, oh, Rob, did you hear this new report? Did you hear this new report that actually in 2014, you know, the FBI did this crazy shit against Trump? I don't even have to read the report. I could just say, well, the FBI didn't think so. Mueller didn't think so. The IG didn't think so. Durham didn't think so. They didn't charge anyone, so nothing to see. I don't even have to read the report or know anything about it. And I can, well, if it's true, someone would have been arrested, right? Oh, no one was arrested? Okay. That's it. That's literally how simple. It's the same shit they do with everything. Like, take the judgment against Trump in New York, right? He was found guilty. Technically, he said his property was overvalued. That's a crime, technically. And ignores the fact that it's like, right, but this is literally what every developer does. It's probably what you've done if you have a mortgage. You probably didn't use your tax assessed price for the value of your home, right? It doesn't matter to them. You know, they're just able to constantly appeal to the institutions. Constantly. Even if it's in denial of reality. You know, so they're the same people that were telling you for 3 years. There's no crisis at the border. Listen to Mayorkas. He says there's no crisis. They're the professionals. The virus couldn't have came from Wuhan. Trust the science. Lockdowns are good, right? That's all it is. These constant appeals to authority. They don't look into information for themselves. They just appeal to the authority.
So I guess question for you, Rob. Who do you trust?
Me. It's tough. No one totally, like, to be honest. You know what I mean? No, everyone has a bias, right? What we should seek to do is limit that bias as much as possible when trying to evaluate situations. But I have a bias. I'll totally admit it, right? You have one, and everyone listening does. It's totally true, right? So you're looking for people that you could trust with information, even if it is unfavorable to what their own bias would be. And so there are people I trust more than others. One of them, ironically, is Catherine Herridge, who just got the boot from CBS, and they kept all of her files. That's someone that I listen to. I try to evaluate things using my own lens of how I evaluate the world and with what I already know and if things make sense within that context. But I also try to make sure that I'm getting perspectives from multiple sides. It's one of the reasons I like debating Pisco, because I can almost get a general idea of what a pseudo-informed defense will be from their side, right? And so I'll listen to someone like Jake Tapper. I'll listen to someone like I would trust like a Jake Tapper more to at least listen to, understanding they have a bias, than like a Joe Scarborough or a Rachel Maddow or someone like that. But I think it's important to get the perspective from that side of the ledger. So I will try to go out of my way to look at what people like that say. People on the right that I trust, I trust people like Glenn Greenwald, Aaron Mattei, Matt Taibbi, Michael Schellenberger, because they're saying things that aren't popular for them to say. I trust to a certain level Tucker Carlson a little more than the average sort of media personality. Having said that, I don't trust any of them with totality. I always, when I hear them say something, try to lean with a skeptical eye and say, well, what is the counter argument to this? What could the other thing going on be? So when it comes to sort of politics, those are people I agree with and I trust that maybe aren't in that media type landscape would be like Rand Paul, not as good as his dad, but still good. Thomas Sowell. I absolutely love Thomas Sowell. I think he's amazing. And so, there are people in that vein that I like, but it's a difficult question. I know, for example, that even though the system's out to get Trump, that doesn't mean everything Trump says is true or that Trump can't do anything bad or corrupt. That's absolutely could be the case. So I don't want to make the mistake of saying, if I think one side is corrupt, that means the other side's not. Easy examples like Ukraine and Russia. Like, I think there's a lot of corrupt shit going on in Ukraine, but that doesn't mean Russia's not lying and corrupt and, good guys or anything like that.
I have a question that I want you to answer. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So back and forth, you and Destiny had on like why the FBI didn't send the troops in at January 6th. This is a whole pivot. Sorry.
That's all right.
Obviously, FBI corruption explains why the FBI didn't deploy the guards instantly. What explains why Trump did not deploy the guards instantly?
Because many things. One is because Trump wanted there to be people there protesting. He wanted their voice to be heard. I don't think Trump wanted it to get violent because, say what you will about Trump, I think Trump understands that the violence would be deployed against him. But I think what he wanted was, if he could have had 5 million people show up there and scream loudly, he thought that maybe that would convince enough of his colleagues in the Republican Party to say, wait, we got to look at these accusations because it's clear that our base is very upset about this. And so if he would have preemptively said, let's clear this out, let's send in the FBI to clear this out, then he loses any opportunity of that. I think he also had reason to be skeptical of the people that were going to be telling him, no, you need to shut this down. He wouldn't have thought, oh, we need to shut it down because it's violent. They're telling me this because it'll be effective, because the people protesting will be effective, so they want it to end. And so my feeling is he's not sitting there eating a bowl of Cheerios, watching the camera and saying, this is what we're doing. He's distracted because what we could see what he was doing, according to reports, was he's constantly talking to his team about, like, we need to convince Mike Pence, to go with this alternate slate. We need to convince them that it's important to look at these allegations. And so he's sort of trying to pressure people and trying to have this debate about that. I don't think he was looking at it. And I also don't think the violence was incredibly bad. I think that it's overblown. There's certainly, as the day went on, it got more violent. But at what point would you have expected him to say, okay, we need to call in the guard? What we're told by people, including people I think are good people like Capitol Chief Sund, like by about 12:54, they were like, okay, this is serious. We need to call in the National Guard. my watching the best amount of video that I can of the timeline of that day, I'm not seeing anything there that justifies really shutting down the whole thing. Most of the violence you see are people like shoving signs in police officers, like Ray Epps did. That's what he did. He shoved a sign at a police officer, or pushing through gates.
Oh,
But it's not.
well, okay,
Okay.
but you'd make an argument, Rob, that's like, during that same day, right? During an hour in, people like you were able to see the violence and condemn it. Why didn't Trump come to the condemnation that fast?
Because again, he says, put it this way, right? Someone like me being able to condemn all political violence is different than someone like Trump's going to do. Now, I do think Trump should have condemned it earlier, but it doesn't mean that he was involved or engaged in an insurrection. I think Trump, like almost every politician, is very hesitant to condemn anything that they perceive as coming from their own supporters. So, for example, you can make the argument dozens of times over with almost any politician on any side where it's like you saw bad things being done by people that theoretically are in groups that you support. Why didn't you condemn it sooner? There is a proclivity for people in these elected offices to not want to condemn their followers. And you can understand why. Again, I'm still saying Trump should have done it earlier. Don't get me wrong. But I understand the hesitancy. So take someone like Trump. How many times did we hear that Trump refused to condemn white supremacy? Now, by engaging in the question in the first place, you've already conceded something. Yes, there are people that like me that are white supremacists. Now, that's no doubt true. Just like you would be conceding, yes, there are no doubt people here January 6th that are engaged in violence, which is, again, no doubt true. But you know that the media and your opposition are going to take that implicit admission and then run with it and say, see, look at this side. Look at what they are. So you don't want to give them ammo. So what happens is Trump over and over and over condemns, thank you for the follow, he condemns white supremacy, but they keep asking, will you condemn it today? Will you condemn it today? Will you condemn it today? And then when eventually he's fed up, you could, cut sleeves, you could say, but why didn't he just condemn it that day too? Right, I guess he could have, but he's fed up. And was like, I'm tired of this. How many times do I have to condemn it? Now, January 6th is a little different, but it's the same spirit, I think, where it's like, look, if I condemn it, then they'll just use that as the whole narrative. Then the question would be, why would you condemn it and not send in the National Guard? That would be the narrative we would be having. If that's what that proves, he wanted it to happen. He was lying when he condemned it. If he was really condemning it, he would have sent in the National Guard. Then if he would have sent in the National Guard, then it would be, well, anytime there's violence at a Trump rally, why doesn't he condemn it and send in the National Guard? And you can see where it goes from there. So, I mean, the other thing to say is the condemning thing's one point, but the other thing to say is it's not Trump, and this would be the true of Biden or any other president. Although it's true that they oversee these executive agencies, they're not really like detail oriented on the specific of these agencies. So if there's a bunch of people saying, no, we don't need to deploy this for optics, and that's what got back to Trump when he suggested possibly having the National Guard there before January 6th, and then that's what he hears is going on the day of January 6th, that you have people that are on the chain of command that would make that sort of decision saying, no, don't do it because of optics. Why would Trump override that? Wouldn't that make the optics even worse? Like if the optics would be bad if the Sergeant at Arms said, Mr. President, deploy the National Guard, but that would have been bad optics. How much worse would the optics be if the Sergeant at Arms said, Mr. President, please don't deploy the National Guard, and he said, fuck you, I'm doing it anyways? Wouldn't that make the optics 10 times worse?
Are you saying that optics is like a justifiable reason, or are you saying like optics is like are you saying optics is a justifiable
No,
reason?
I'm saying the opposite. Optics isn't justifiable. But Trump's not the person that's the detail-oriented person that's like any president wouldn't be. Like, for example, how many executive agencies is Trump theoretically the boss of? Do you think that Trump's like making decisions like, now wait a minute, this wetlands here, the EPA is thinking that it could be a danger. I'm going to make this decision specifically on this 3 acres of wetlands exactly how of course not. He might have a pen. They'll give him the general situation, say, what's the direction you want to go with this? But when it comes to the general, the specifics, it's going to be people that he's delegated the authority to. Similarly, when you're talking about security at the Capitol, Trump's not sitting there with like a whiteboard, like, all right, like, you know, like a football coach, you know, with X's and O's, like, all right, they'll come in here and we'll have people here and we need 1,300 people here. And then I want the people here armed with pepper spray. And I want, like, that's not what Trump's going to do. And so when the people that are delegated with that are literally saying, we don't think the National Guard should be deployed, and their reasoning is optics, That reasoning's bullshit. But if Trump accepts that and then goes ahead and does it anyways, the optics would be even worse. The truth is, Trump was like, they'll take care of it. He wasn't focused on the specific details. He was focused on what he thought was that the election was stolen from him, and this is basically the last day to get Republicans to acquiesce to actually investigating it. That's what he's thinking about all day. If it's getting out of hand, that's why we have the National Guard. That's why we have the Capital City Police. That's why we have the FBI. That's why we have the Sergeant at Arms. That's why we have all these groups. They'll take care of it. He didn't think that he had to sit there and be watching the screen the whole time. Just like if it's a military operation, he's not sitting there saying, okay, now left flank advance. Now we need more troops to be stationed. Like, that's not what's going on. He says, yeah, go take that compound. And then people drop a plan to do it. So I don't think, like, the idea that somehow the people that are literally, the professionals that know better, that are tasked with having defense of a building like the Capitol, they were recommending not sending the National Guard while simultaneously saying it was an insurrection is entire horseshit. But the idea that Trump should have overridden them, I think, is ludicrous. Because if he would have done that, they would have probably said he was a dictator. And the proof is in the pudding, because even the day of January 6th, they were suggesting not to send the Guard for optics. So had he said it, the argument would be, oh, Trump's deploying the military to try to keep himself in office. Here we go. That's what the narrative would have been. In my opinion.
I have another question that is tangentially related. Something that is a little damning, and I wonder if you have like an answer to it, is like the fake elector slate things, where Trump was like, let's hire these fake electors, throw it back to the vice president. Hopefully it causes enough confusion. That just seems blatantly illegal, blatantly no-go.
Okay, so illegal and immoral are two different things. So I've heard Rakita Law talk about this. The problem is each state gets to whatever reason they want, choose their own electors, which you might disagree with, but that's usually how it's set up. So they could basically do whatever they want within the state. The idea of alternate electors isn't new. It was suggested by the Democrats in 2016. It had been used in the past. You might say those situations were different, but in 2016 specifically, they were telling electors to be faithless electors, to keep the same slate of electors, but have them vote the opposite way of what the people voted, because Trump was such a danger. You had people suggesting alternate slates of electors in 2016. And like I said, this was done elsewhere. So the idea that this was illegal, it's only illegal. The illegality of it would be the lie, that people lied and said, we are the legitimate electors. The problem is, the lie has, according to Rakita Law, and I would believe this, the lie has to be material to what they're lying, to the goal that they're trying to achieve. I'm not wording that well, but think about it this way. Let's say that you're being investigated for a burglary, right? And they ask you, hey, have you ever been to a soccer game? And you're like, no. And then you have. But that was just a question they were asking that's like a get to know you question. And it literally has nothing to do about this alleged burglary. Then that lie's not a crime, because it didn't help you cover up a crime or anything like that. Now, if they ask you, where were you on the night of the burglary, and you lie, that's different, because that is material to what they're investigating. So the question becomes then, was this lie of the alternate electors saying we're the legitimate electors, was it an actual crime? Well, who's the person that it would have mattered to? Mike Pence. And Mike Pence knows which slate of electors were the ones that were actually voted for. Using alternate slates of electors is something that is legitimate in the idea of, if you legitimate, like, let me put it to you this way. Here's the easiest way to ask. Let's say that I could somehow prove to you 100% going into after the 2020 election that Pennsylvania was stolen, right? And me and you both believe it. Okay. You follow me so far?
Yeah.
Okay. And I say, we need to challenge this in court, and the courts are unwilling to hear it. They say, we don't have standing. We can't hear it. Right? Do you think at that point that there is a role to have Congress look into these actions to make sure that everything was on the up and up? Or do you just say, well, they cheated, but we can't do anything too bad?
When you say have Congress, like, is there a role to have Congress look at it?
Correct. Yeah, okay. So then the only legal mechanism that could come through at that stage of the game is to have a slate of electors that's challenging the current slate. So the argument, so this happened in the past, right? For example, where you had, I forget when it was specifically, but it was Democrats arguing, I think, post-Civil War, that they felt that a lot of people that voted shouldn't be allowed to vote based on their skin color and things like that. So had those people not voted, they would have legitimately won the election. So they had an alternate slate of electors, right? It would be similarly here. You would say it is our sincere belief that actually we won the election. Therefore, the slate of electors would have been these people. And so we'll put forth these slate. And if the slate isn't accepted, right, and there's a challenge to it, now we have to look at this specific state and look at the evidence to see if the legitimate side actually won. That's what was going on.
Where does that logic stop? Can't all presidents, future presidents for all of time, do infinite alternate slates of electors because we're like, oh, Congress is just not looking at this enough.
Yes.
Like, let's just infinitely
Yes,
it.
they can. You could say they can, because it's the states that have written up that they could decide their electors in any way they want. So, for example, let's say the state of Pennsylvania passes a state law that says this is exactly how the electors will be picked. Whoever receives the plurality of the votes in the national presidential elector, the electors will be bound to, that the electors will be picked based on that and cannot be changed. Then it doesn't matter what the president says. There can't be an alternate slate. That's that. But as long as the states basically leave it into their room to say we could choose in any way we want who the electors are and leave it open for ambiguity, then yes. Like, for example, let's say Trump wins 50 out of 50 states, blows Biden out of the water. We'll assume Biden's the nominee. Is it a crime for Biden to say, I would like there to be alternate slates of electors? Is that a crime?
Probably not, but
right.
I feel like lying about it might be a little bit different.
Well, even then what's the crime? Lying? I mean, it just to me, it's like you could say it's shady, it's shitty. You could say all of that, and it clearly, if you blatantly know you lost and you're doing it, and that's what they're relying on. That's why someone like Destiny relies so heavily on Trump knows he lost. There's a reason he's doing that, right? Because he knows implicitly. It's a much harder case to make if Trump's like, dude, I seriously thought I was cheated, so we were trying to resolve this cheating. It's harder to make that case that the alternate elector shit is a self-evidentiary crime. That's why he has to say, no, Trump knew he lost and still did this scheme to try to fraudulently remain in power. Because it's not trying to fraudulently remain in power if you legitimately feel you were cheated. So you're right. If Biden, in the example I give, you would assume if Biden loses 50 states, then he knows he lost and he's just doing. But even in that world, I don't think it's a crime. Now, you could say it's a crime if you're intentionally telling people to lie and cheat and to subvert the process. And I think that's more of the argument. But to just say I want alternate electors, I think I was cheated, I don't know. And again, remember, the Democrats did it in 2016, suggested it. Now, you might say, but they didn't go as far as Trump did. But no one wrote, oh, this is a potential crime when Democrats were doing it in 2016.
Makes sense.
Makes sense. But again, even if basically that's it, that's the big get. And all of this, would it still be a crime if Trump did this? If we find out that, oh, actually Georgia did go Trump's way? Then would it have been a crime that Trump asked for an alternate slate of electors? In other words, does the truth of whether or not the election was stolen dictate whether or not what Trump did was a crime?
Well, yeah. Well, no. I don't think it does, right? Because if you were to say the opposite of the claim, then you're saying you can steal an election as long as it was stolen from you.
But it wouldn't be stolen if this is the misnomer, right? It's not stealing an election. Let's say that Pence accepts the alternate slate of electors. What happens next? At this point, there's no doubt in my mind the Supreme Court gets involved, right?
Does it go to the Supreme Court?
Of course, it would immediately go to the Supreme Court. It would be a constitutional crisis. Just like Bush v. Gore, it ends up at the court, right? That's where it would end up. And if the court rules, okay, Biden's the president, and then Trump says, nah, I ain't leaving, I agree with you. But the process of it is a legal theory, right? And it is a legal theory that's been talked about in the past, Trump was trying to use a legal process. It did not work. They were like, no, you can't do that, right? Okay. He didn't stay in power. He left. He tried a legal theory. You might think I say it's a shitty legal theory, but that's what he did. If he would have succeeded and Pence would have went along, it wouldn't have been like, well, there you go. Trump's president for life. He could do whatever he wants now. It would have went to the courts, and the courts would have probably said, no, we don't see evidence. Sorry. And that would have been it. If he stays after that, then it's a completely different argument. But there's no evidence that would happen, because if that's the type of thing that was likely to happen, then why didn't he stay anyways? He didn't. He left. Like a chump, might I add. But having said that, I don't disagree with Mike Pence not taking the alternate slate of electors. I said it at the time. I think that Pence, even if he knew there was cheating, didn't like Trump and would have happily not accepted an alternate slate of electors. But that's neither here nor there. If your argument is they cheated and the courts aren't giving us a fair shake, well, tough shit. You got to change something going into the next election. I don't think you could expect one guy to be this savior and just be like, well, then I'll do something that's basically never been done. But I don't think it's a crime or a big deal for Trump to test those legal waters. And again, it didn't happen anyways. You know, in a world where, I won't even get into that. But yeah, that's my feeling on it. You know, so
okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
I don't think it's a big of a deal as people are blowing up. I mean, again, like you could see that there was the Time magazine article you probably heard me talk a lot about that says a shadowy cabal fortified the election for Joe Biden. In that, they talk about how they're prepared to go with all of these legal challenges the moment the election's over if Trump won. They would have challenged electors. They would have challenged everything possible. They would have filed court case after court case. They were saying, we will refuse to lose this time. No one gives a shit. No one's investigating them. The problem is that the system became so corrupt. And you have to look at this from Trump's perspective. Now, I think Trump makes a lot of mistakes, and he has a lot of himself to blame for the situation he ended up in. But looking at it from his perspective, there was literally a coup against him. We're finding out more evidence every day. The Obama team was contacting our foreign allies, telling them to spy on Trump's team even before the FBI officially opened an investigation in the United States. They took opposition research sourced by Russian spies to spy on Trump, accusing him of working with Russian spies. I mean, it's insane, the amount of corruption that was levied against the Trump team. Then we massively changed the way we vote in 2020. It looks like Trump's winning the night of the election, and then all of a sudden ballots come in at like 98% clips at some points, all for Biden, so that he loses miraculously at the end of the day. Then there are all sorts of bullshit allegations. I'll agree. I think the majority of allegations that the election was stolen with things at the ballot were bullshit. And I said that at the time. And I tried when I could find proof that one was bullshit to say it. But there are credible things going on, like we lost the chain of custody of ballots and refusals to look at certain things. Like when this shit's occurring, right? Oh, Dylan's in the waiting room. Oh, great. Sounds good. Right. So, hey, I'm gonna go talk to Dylan Burns. But it was nice talking to you, man. We'll chat some other time about debate. I hope you're doing well.
Of course. See you later, bro.
We'll see you, man.
Hey, Dylan Burns.
Hey, how's it going?
Dylan, how's it going, man? What's happening? Are you in the States?
Yes, I'm back. I'm back in Maryland, the great state of Maryland.
You with those commie fucking fake Republicans at the Progressive Victory thing there the other day, right?
Yeah, I was in Ohio. It was a great time in Ohio. We hit like 40,000 doors. It was a great time. And there was a lot of, it was really nice people. It was nice meeting all the people. They all seemed to really enjoy getting out. They all seemed to be really excited about getting involved politically. It's nice to see a bunch of people door knocking for the first time, because this is a group of people who traditionally I think are more, considering there's a lot of online communities, more enclosed inside, not engaging in this. And a lot of it online right now, I think politically, is just like debating people on the internet or arguing online. And I think having these like kind of flesh and blood interactions is like not only important for them personally, but I think it's also important for, keeping a healthy democracy, just talking to people on your doorstep, reminding you that they're your neighbor. They're not just like profiles on the internet.
It's one of the things too is, because I've done door knocking and calls, but I do a lot of like in-person events like with the state Republicans here in Pennsylvania. It's you get a different understanding of politics. Like, I'll admit, I am an anti-establishment person, which leads me to have a lot of distrust. Not even distrust isn't the word, because when you look at like the state, for example, I have county Republicans. I think that they are ineffective. I don't think they're corrupt, the county. I think they're ineffective. And once you sit down and talk to them, you realize that there needs to be some sort of compromise. You can't be like, well, throw all these people out. They all suck. Let's just do all. You can't do that. And sometimes when you get involved at the actual, like, getting your, touching grass and going out into the real world, you realize, like, well, it's not just something that you could easily snap your fingers. There's a big, complicated machine and process going on. So, yeah, I bet people that haven't done that realize that now. But I heard there was a lot of sex pests there. I heard there was a lot of the ladies didn't feel comfortable, right?
Was there? Oh no, there was. I had like there were. I think there were one woman that came up to me. I was doing these what are they called? You know, the meet and greets after events where people. I did like a big line of people. I shook like I don't know, like 100-something people's hands.
Signing books and shit.
I signed a plushie and I signed plushies and placards. I wish it was books. I got to write one first. Mm-hmm. One day. But one of the women came up and I was talking to her and she did mention that that people like asked her out. I think like 1 or 2 people had asked her out. And I remember raising it with somebody else and saying like, I feel like I don't like the idea of having to make an exclusive rule for something like that. But if you're doing a type of political event like that, you have to keep it professional. I'm not saying nobody who meets at these events can ever do whatever, but if they're going to do something, it should probably be outside the bounds of that event.
Yeah, well, the problem is, I don't like to stereotype. Obviously, not. That's not the best thing in the world to do. But some stereotypes exist for a reason. Dude, you get like internet life dudes, and you send them out there, and there might be some awkward flirting and shit. Obviously, if it went more than that, that's wrong. I don't know. I was just kind of I was just joking because I don't really care. I want to make it clear I'm joking. I'm not saying that something that. Yes. And as far as the Republicans, quote unquote, that showed up, like they're not real Republicans, but I don't give a shit. I don't care that they're helping a progressive group to make the Democrats even more progressive. Which is a strange choice because they hate Trump, but that's okay. Like I still really like Connor. I'm not mad at him, but I just was ribbing him a little online because it's like, well, dude, if you're willing to help a progressive Democrat group win elections, including down ballot, and get paid for it, I don't know that you could call yourself a Republican. You could say the Republican Party left me, so I'm no longer Republican, but it seems like an odd choice to call yourself a Republican and not only be advocating for Democrats to win elections, including down ballot, but get paid by them and help them do it. And for some reason, I got a lot of heat for that. It wasn't like I was saying shit on these people, brigade them. I was just like, I think that's self-evident. If Nikki Haley wins the nomination, I'm not going to vote for the Republic. I'm not going to vote for Nikki Haley, but I ain't getting money from a progressive PAC to help them win downstream. If I did, I wouldn't call myself a Republican. I don't know. What do you think? You disagree with that?
I think that I've talked to Connor a few times about why he does this. He seems to be of the opinion that currently, and he's center right. He's not like a far right guy. He's like, he's of the opinion that the Republican Party currently has kind of enveloped itself around Trump and that it has to go through a massive transformation before he can really advocate for people to go out and support their presidential candidate, and it can't be with its current candidate. And I am of the belief, and now I didn't ask him this, he didn't tell me this, but this is what I think, if I was to think what he believes, that they probably have to take a big L, and that big L needs to hurt before they do the process of reforming and reshaping. You remember in the UK when the what are they called? Labour, right? That's their like the left-wingers. Yeah, Labour. They had that Jeremy Corbyn guy, and he was really popular amongst the base of the socialists in the Labour Party. The young people in the UK really liked him, but they also didn't perform very well against a conservative government that was not particularly popular either. And so they took an L, and then they went through a period of rebirth, and now they have Keir Starmer. Now, whether or not I like Keir Starmer isn't the point. The point is that they took an L, and then they had to change, and they had to reflect on some things. Whether they reflected and changed in a positive way is up to the British to determine. I'm not British. And so I think that he probably views the Republican Party in that same way. Well, maybe in the same way how Biden talks about, like, when people say, don't you want to destroy the Republican Party? And there's some progressives that are really on it. He's like, I don't want to destroy the Republican Party. I want a different Republican Party.
I get you, and I understand that's their argument, but let me ask you if the inverse would happen then. Let's say that someone's still a big Bernie bro, right? And they're like, I'm going to get paid by CPAC, and I'm going to get paid by Turning Point USA to go do meet and greets and help even more far right-wingers win, right? So not just regular moderate Republicans, but whatever the inverse of progressive is, right? I'll take money from a Christian nationalist group as a left winger because I think the party's too much Biden's party now, and I think Biden needs to take a big L. Would you say, that person's a Democrat?
I think it's less he's working with them because they're progressive, and more he's working with them because they're working against the people that he wants to see fail. Well, right. And
but I same argument, right?
I don't think it. Okay, same argument, but I don't. Okay, sorry. Make the argument again. Then.
Right. So if you saw a Bernie bro that went and worked with like a far right MAGA group because they thought, oh, Bernie's the way to go, and the parties coalesce too much around Biden. I'm not saying that person's doing it because they're a Christian nationalist. That's why they agree with Christian. They would say no. It has nothing to do with liking Christian nationalists. It's just I'm helping take down Biden and the Democratic Party that's coalesced around Biden, so we could get to more of a Bernie Sanders. I feel like you would probably be.
I think it might be in a different. I don't know if it'd be Bernie. Maybe it'd be more like Dean Phillips. I would probably use a different comparison.
Okay.
But I mean, I think. You could say it's like that. You could say it's stupid. You could say it's.
But I mean, wrong, would you call that? Would you tell that person? Well, you're probably not a Democrat, at least at this point, then, because it's not like you're working with. You see what I'm saying? Like you're taking money and advocating.
You know what it all depends on how you identify yourself, because somebody can I think there's some people who would. I was at the Libertarian Convention or LibertyCon, I think it was 1 or 2 weeks ago, and there was a Libertarian Democratic caucus, and I looked at that, and just a million questions just popped into my head, and I sat there and I talked to the dude for an hour to maybe an hour and a half, and I was like, well, they're much more Keynesian, and they're this and they're that, how does this work? And I don't understand. And he was like, well, in some areas we find compromise, in some areas we, it has to do with the social issues and this issues. But I looked at it and it just didn't make any sense to me. And I guess for him, it was about dragging the party in a certain way, even if certain libertarian values were just completely against what he was with anymore. What you mean the Democratic Party is standing by certain libertarian values. And so I think that maybe Connor is viewing himself as not tied particularly to one party, but more tied to a set of political ideals that he wants to see the country drag towards. Now I think he would call himself label himself a certain style of Republican that probably is not as much in fashion anymore. I would still say Liz Cheney. If Liz Cheney endorsed Joe Biden tomorrow, I don't think that makes her no longer a Republican. You could say she's maybe a disloyal Republican or something along those lines. But I know Republicans that voted for Joe Biden, and then there are Democrats that voted for Donald Trump. I know Democrats that voted for Donald Trump.
That's a different question, right? The better example would be if Liz Cheney endorsed Biden, then got paid by progressive Democrats to help progressive Democrats win downstream as well. Then I would say she's not a Republican.
That he wants to see the Democrats win, period, against this party. If he can get paid while doing it, then hell yeah. That seems to be his position.
Well, that's exactly. And I don't care, right? I don't. I could see I don't know how much he got paid, nor would I want to ask. That's personal, right? But I'm not saying there's
at least 1 or 2 shiny nickels.
Oh well, if I was, if it's Nikki Haley, and I'm like, fuck this party, Republicans suck. And someone's like, hey, well, Democrats we'll pay you $20,000, to show up to this one event and eat pizza with us and tell us how we should talk to Republicans. I might say sure because both parties suck. I don't give a fuck. But I wouldn't call myself a Republican. I'd be like, both parties suck. I don't identify with either. And I don't know that I would ever do it, particularly with a group that I was antithetical to. So if I'm a conservative, I don't know that I'm getting paid to help even the Democrat Party become more progressive.
I think it all depends on what your personal definition of what the Republican Party should be. When I talk to somebody about what's a real American and what's not a real American, if I ask you what a real American is, right? Somebody's probably gonna that difference in description is gonna be Hulk Hogan, exactly, and all of his flaws and all of his he's actually
he likes
a perfect
pizza.
representation.
You should have invited him. He likes pizza. That's Bubba the Love Sponge wife, But
no,
I hear you.
You get what I'm saying? I think it depends on your personal... to that Democrat libertarian I was talking to, his definition of what he wants to see the Democrat Party be as he caucuses within it is, to him, that is the principal Democratic Party he'd like to see. It's the best way for the country. And for for Connor, that's very different than the Trump movement. And so I think he still considers himself probably a center-right Republican-ish, or at least leaning that way, because that's his vision for the Republican Party and what he wants to see. Because if you talk to him, he doesn't want this country to be run by AOC. He has no interest in that.
Yeah, it's not a big deal to me, so I don't want to focus on it all night. I really don't give a shit. Honest to God, I don't. I just don't buy the argument at all. I think if you're getting paid by Democrats to help even more progressive Democrats win, and you're trying to help Democrats win down ballot, the idea of calling yourself a Republican is nonsensical to me. You could say the Republican Party left me, and if they come back to their senses, then I would consider myself a Republican again. But I don't think you're a Republican.
Let me ask you a
at this
question.
point in
Let's
time.
say Joe Biden tomorrow, let's say like he had like an episode or something, and he was like, and out of nowhere he came out and he was like, you know what, this democracy stuff's a little silly. It's a bunch of malarkey. And he started, I'm going to arrest these people. Here's my list of 100, all of my top dissenters. We're going to enter a period of martial law. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. Now, me being what I am now, I consider myself a Democrat. I vote in the primaries. I try to participate. I, helped with local DNC party elections. I would say that I'm still a Democrat, even if I would then lobby myself against Joe Biden, his new delusions, whatever that would be. And it would be a question of like what the Democratic Party should be or would be after. I think it's a question of self-identification.
By the fact that Joe Biden is the leader of the party and the party of the Democrats, it's not the best example because clearly, like,
the thing is, if we believe that because from the Biden perspective and from Connor's perspective, the party is eventually going to hit a wall somehow, or at least that's the plan. That eventually is going to hit a wall, that Trump's going to fuck it up really bad one time, and then there's going to be a mess everywhere, and somebody's going to have to come in and clean it up. So you might compare it to the Nixon era. Like after Nixon crashed, if you weren't connected to Nixon, you became political gold in the Republican Party. And I think from the position of people like Nikki Haley, from the position of people like Connor, that's what they might be looking for. This
would be like kind of how I would look at it. Say that there's a white supremacist right now, right, that endorses slavery. And he says, I'm a Democrat. That's who the Democrats really are. That's how they were in the 1800s. So that's what all the Democrats now are Democrats in name. They're dinos. They're Democrats in name only. But let me finish. And he, year after year for year, takes money from Republicans, votes Republican, encourages to get the vote out for Republican year after year, but says, but I'm really a Democrat. It's just that every Democrat that calls themselves a Democrat now isn't. And the real Democrats, the one that were first with me. How long would that guy work for the Republicans and get paid by them before you would say, you know what, maybe this guy isn't a Democrat?
I think that's a different question because I will say that I think the comparison doesn't exactly work here because Connor just started working with Progressive Victory. He has, as far as I'm aware, voted for Republicans in previous elections. He's clearly argued, and I've hosted this debates before, from a right-wing perspective, defending Republican policies, defending actions taken by the American government that the Democrats and progressives are not happy with. And so he's held these positions, I think, generally pretty consistently. He's center-right, so there's certain issues he disagrees with. He's held this for a while. His position would be a center-right Republican historically, but recently, since 2015, either in the afterwaves of the Tea Party movement or now with the Trump movement, the party has seen a significant shift over the last, what we would say, 8 years? How long would we identify the same period? 8 to 10 years, somewhere in that time period, right? And so, from his perspective, like, if you want to make that, I would give you maybe like he's a Republican from 6 years ago, or he's a Republican from 5 years ago, or like you could maybe say the party has left him. But at a certain point, I think it's a question of the party's identity that he's still trying to fight over, and it hasn't been like 100 years have passed.
Okay, so
like it's dead. I think it's an ongoing battle for the possible future of the party. Like if Trump loses in 2024, and Republicans do take a big L in 2024, I do think this would lead to some soul searching.
Maybe not. He lost in 2020. It's still a MAGA party, right? Like, so the last thing I have to say, hypothetically,
the same thing about Jeremy Corbyn. Like, he lost, but they tried to portray it as, a win, and then they lost again, and then they had to kind of.
Okay, but let's just say then, just last thing I'll say on it, because it's not that. Everyone's been asking me about it, but I'm on it. Like, the idea that like Connor, who I think's like a great dad, who I enjoy talking to, who I think has dog shit takes on Trump, but that's okay. Like, he probably thinks I have dog shit takes. I don't wish ill on the man. That's all I'm saying. It's merely a sort of a definitional argument we're having here. I think it's a bad look. I think.
What do you think about, though? I'm curious. What do you think about the fact that these groups are starting to spend money on streamers?
It's a little. it's smart. First off, because I think that, as always, the conservatives and the Republican Party are behind the eight ball. I'm not saying just because I'm a streamer or because you're a streamer, oh, you should give us money, we could move the needle massively. But this sort of social media landscape, and I think that information in our political discourse is becoming more and more decentralized. And so if you're trying to be on the cutting edge, you should be trying to get into those decentralized platforms and narratives, because I think there is a potential to actually get a lot of votes. Now, so in principle, I think it's a great idea. I wish right-wing groups were doing it, but it's smart for Progressive Victory or any other group to do it.
There are a few that are doing it.
Maybe, but ultimately, I think that my worry is that this will end up politicizing these platforms more, which will end up, probably because I'm assuming that Biden will win in 2024, or whoever the eventual nominee for the Democrats is will win in 2024. And I think that'll give them even more of a green light to pursue more censorship on these platforms. And I think that it makes it even more likely when political PACs are getting involved right now to sort of finance them. So I think this will ultimately lead to more censorship of someone like me, is what will happen.
Do you
Because as
think
these
that
political-
people like giving content creators like political groups giving them money will lead to censorship?
I think that what it signifies is that mainstream political groups are going to get more involved. And if the mainstream political Democrat groups are getting more involved, we know that they're going to want to fight disinformation more and go even further than they have in the past to ensure that people like me are being censored on these platforms. So I don't think it's a direct A to B, but I think it signifies.
You think that if they're willing to like spend money on like who gives a fuck 200 viewer streamer, then they'd certainly also be willing to put in the effort to maybe deplatform who gives a fuck disagreeing 200 viewers.
Right. So in other words, the argument I'm making is previously you could say they're not paying attention to Twitch. They're not paying attention to YouTube streamers. They're not paying attention to Kick or Rumble. But to the point where you know they're paying attention because they actually say, oh, this is important, to the point we will finance people, then there's no reason to think that it wouldn't be important for their other agenda, which they state quite blatantly, of ending disinformation. So I think that this eventually will lead to more censorship on these platforms. But hypothetically, if I could be proven that that wouldn't be the case, I do think it's a good idea for a political group to be diversifying sort of how they're putting their message out there. And I think going to streamers is a good way to do it, because I think that there are a lot of people, particularly young people, that get a lot of their political information in these sorts of spaces. And so if you could, it's similar to me. It's how you could have looked at something like, political radio back in the day, of the days of Rush Limbaugh, and so, right? It's like there are shifting tides. The narrative is coming from different places, and I think you would be a fool to not recognize it might not be the number one source for votes right now, sort of online political discourse, but it's growing and it's going to continue to grow. And so if you're a smart political advocacy group, you're absolutely going to be trying to put money into it. And we can see they pay other people. Like, I'm not going to sit here to make allegations, but I think you would admit this is true. Some of the prolific people you see on X and other places are probably being paid by political advocacy groups to some extent. You would agree with that?
Well, first thing I would say is, if they come to censor disinformation channels, I swear, Rob, I'll stand up for you and I'll say you're the best disinformation channel on YouTube. And
I don't count because I'm not disinformation, so to be the rest.
Yeah. I know. But sorry, what was your question again?
No, no question. I'm just saying.
The people on X. 100%.
Yeah.
And the thing is, I don't know if you've noticed, right? Now, I was told that the verification badges would help bring down the bots. I paid money for the verification badge, both for the algorithmic boost, because, of course, it's my job. And he was like, okay, well, let's at least see what's going to happen, as a dumb schmuck Dylan Burns. Mm-hmm. The bot problem is worse than ever. I mean, it is bad. Under every post I post, it's like porn bot after porn bot. But I'm also noticing like a lot more like political bots, where it's like one tweet that has been retweeted 27,000 times, but not a single like, and it's all quote tweeted being linked under other tweets by all these different name counts with like name bunch of numbers. Mm-hmm. If people are willing to invest that type of like money to have these pussy in bio, or when it comes to the political end, like spreading disinformation or trying to boost certain like narratives or vibes generally, then I have no reason to believe that there wouldn't be people also in the public facing front who would want to hire people in order to push, like pro DNC or pro RNC, pro Trump, pro Biden messages. In a lot of these cases, and this is where you get into the problem, because I also work with Progressive Victory, but I also have always been open that I've worked for Democrats. I worked for 21st Century Democrat, managing their data with their lobbying group. I've worked with local DNC groups. I've always been open about that. The thing that just scares me is the lack of knowledge about where this money is coming from, or these bots which have like zero transparency whatsoever. This is the same reason I believe all politicians should walk out with like a coat that has like every single lobby group that donated to them all over their jacket. For me, it's not just the way, like, one side, if they got more money, then they have a louder voice, which is something that scares me. It's just the lack of transparency that I think I'm more concerned with.
Well, just saying, I don't know exactly if the bot problems. I think the porn bots I definitely can say are worse, but I don't know why that is. I don't know if it's because Musk took over and there's less stringent on that. As far as the political bots, like, I saw a lot of that in the previous regime as well. Maybe you're seeing more because there is.
I think it's election season too.
Well,
I think that's
too.
part of it. It's all kicking up.
And maybe, let's just say hypothetically, I have no proof of this, but hypothetically, the amount of left-wing bots and right-wing bots would be similar. Maybe if you weren't seeing as many right-wing posts in the past on Twitter on your feed, you weren't seeing those bots because of that, and now you're seeing it. And maybe I was seeing more bots because I was seeing left-wing posts previously. So I don't know. But yeah, I mean, in general, like, I don't give a shit. There's a long conversation we could have on like the ethical nature of how do you decide as a streamer or as a person that's putting your opinions out there who you will take money from. I don't think it's unethical to take money, certainly, but the question becomes, what are you willing to do for that money? You know, I was offered money by Trump's campaign in 2020 to be a low-level person in my county. They were going to pay me, it would have been like $25,000 a year, only 1 year, obviously, for the election. But I turned it down because they said I had to end my social media presence. And I was like, no. Now I understand why they would want that, because they don't want to pay me money and then all of a sudden have me on here going like, I hope Russia invades the United States. And then all of a sudden they have to answer questions why some dude they're paying in Pennsylvania is, saying some crazy shit. So they're like, no, you're not allowed to be on there. But it wasn't worth it to me. And I was like, and I would have trouble taking money from someone telling me that I couldn't say things that I think was true. It just so happened almost immediately after turning down that position, we were entering March 2020. And I almost immediately started criticizing Trump for basically embracing lockdowns, which I probably would have had a difficult time doing if I was being paid by the team. So it becomes difficult. I mean, it's a big, long conversation. I don't know if that's what you want to talk about tonight, but it does raise ethical dilemmas on the individual level of like, how much money would you be? What if they told you, Dylan? What if they were like, yeah, we love what you're saying about Ukraine, we love what you're saying about sort of your economic policies, but there's just one thing, we really don't like what you say about immigration. So just never talk about immigration. Is it unethical for you to go, all right, I could still say what I think's honest. They're not asking me to lie.
This was a big I remember when I was first being brought on to Progressive Victory. And there's only so much I can talk about because
right.
Non-disclosure. Nothing that's super suspect, just like I can't discuss pay, I can't discuss like other stuff like that. But one of the immediate things when Brianna Wu, who was the one who recruited me, I was in Kherson while the city was being shelled after the flooding had started when I was being recruited. And I just said straight up to her, like, I cannot dedicate a lot of time to this. Right. I'm busy with other things. I got other stuff I'm concentrating on, stuff I'm super passionate about. But I mean, she convinced me by, saying it wouldn't be that big of a problem. They're interested in advice. They're interested in this. I can't discuss all of it,
of course.
But one thing that I really, I think ended up pushing me to agree to it was the fact that I also consider myself like a political operative. To some degree. Mm-hmm. I'd like to go out there and have an impact on the world. And a big divide that I think I'm having with myself right now is how do I engage in journalism and people have any integrity and belief in what I'm saying if I'm also openly a political operative. I think to a degree
that is journalism now.
Yeah.
That you don't think that's CBS or CNN or
I understand, people can hold themselves to whatever standards they want. My standards can be personally higher on a certain level than any of the major news networks. There's a reason why people are leaving major news networks, right? Sure. And I don't want to repeat the same mistakes that they're making if they're making those mistakes. But I also can't just pretend that I'm not, I want to be involved. I'm going to be involved. I would like to help where I can. And I think by admitting my biases, the hope is that there would be more trust because of the fact that I'm so upfront and trying to make sure that I show other perspectives as well. But from the moment that I choose what I'm highlighting, my bias is showing. So it's something that I struggle with, quite frankly, quite a lot.
Gonzo journalism, right? That's basically what Hunter S. Thompson was struggling. Well, not struggling with, but he thought that everyone has bias. So the ethical thing to do is to be open with your bias and insert yourself into the story.
That is a big reason why I like Hunter, is because it's like, if I'm just, this is me, so you know what I am, and so you know what perspective I'm coming from, so you can see it through my eyes. That was at least a big motivator at the start for me.
Right.
I think it's still something I carry to a certain degree, but it's something that I've had to find a more nuanced view on.
Well, if you ever go to Vegas and you need a Dr. Gonzo to do a bunch of mushrooms or something, probably don't call me. I'm a dad now. But it was, so no one wants to hear us just sit around and talk about boring shit and agree. What did you want to talk about? Ukraine stuff? Or do you have anything specific?
Well, I saw somebody in my chat said you were doing an open line.
Yep.
And I was like, I hadn't talked to robnoerr in a while. So I feel like I'm just going to throw myself in the open line. No one else is there. So I'm going to, give him some chat time. I'm fine talking about anything. Is there anything that you've wanted to bring to my attention? I just saw you had an open line and my chat wanted me to
Here's
talk to you.
one question I had for you. I think it's easy for me to condemn what happened. By the way, I screw these names up.
Oh, wait. Let me just say, I know you wanted to talk to me about Gonzalo Lira.
Yeah.
I saw it on Twitter, and I didn't reply because I was just busy with something else.
fine.
If you want to talk to me about it now, I can.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, like, if we look at Navalny, right, and his death, the idea, you don't have, let's start with that. You have no proof at this point that you've seen, other than maybe inside sources or scuttlebutt, that he was murdered, correct?
Navalny?
Yeah.
I don't have direct evidence of his murder, no. I
You
don't have
could
anything that, like,
intuit.
100%
Right.
Yeah, I can intuit to a certain degree. I could talk about, like, previous attempts on
Sure.
Navalny's life, previous poisonings that lead me to believe, like, if somebody has tried to murder someone before and now they get murdered in a way while they're under their control, you start to, think.
Well, would you think this? So my contention is this: the people that are saying he was murdered, there's one of two possibilities. They are talking out their ass in the sense that they don't have any definitive proof now, but they'd probably point to things that have happened in the past to say that this is the most likely scenario. But not necessarily. Even if you attempted to poison someone in the past, if we accept that, they could still die of a heart attack of natural causes in custody. Or, and this is what I'm more likely to accept, that even if he wasn't poisoned, I still think you could make a claim he was murdered. In this sense, if you say that unjustly locking up a political dissident for an indeterminate amount of time, and they die in part because of, the conditions of being locked up, I don't think you're out of bounds to say that that's murder. Would you agree with that perspective?
It's hard. This was the distinction I was trying to talk to my chat about, and it's hard because I would, like, for example, if the government arrested somebody and put them in prison, and then they get shanked and murdered in prison by some like freak or whatever, some murderer who, some guy, did the government murder him, or who murdered him in that situation? Did they put him in that position? I think it would depend on I think intent does matter. And something I would bring up is that the deputy, commander, I forget what the exact, Russian name for it is, but the deputy leader of the Russian prison service, he got promoted after Navalny's death, and he was the person who was managing his containment.
Yeah, but I mean, again, to me, the sort of that's fine, like the specific levels and that stuff, and whether he was
but
actually
I'm
murdered
saying
or not.
that there is nuance at that level,
Okay,
because you just
but what
there's
I'm
nuance at that level, but I understand what you're saying.
Right. What I'm talking about is sort of how we determine, like, for example, had Mandela been in prison for a year, right, and then killed in prison, or developed,
you could say they're at least partially responsible,
Right.
at the very least.
And obviously, people are going to be, I think people can be excused. I guess I'll say can be excused. I understand people with a political agenda, or even those that are just outraged by the situation, might use language that technically might not be true, that seems a little hyperbolic, but I think's in the realm of acceptable commentary. And so, for example, if we take someone we could both agree, like Mandela, that shouldn't have been jailed, had he died in prison after a year, I wouldn't have a problem saying South Africa murdered Mandela.
Again, it all depends on the exact circumstances of his death, because, is it the state's fault that Jeffrey Dahmer died?
Well, no, but that's a different question because the reason that I would say that this is allowed to be said murdered is we're in agreement that the circumstances of his detention were unjust in the first place, right? And so to say putting someone in a situation where they are detained,
that's what I'm saying. It's partially. It's just there's like a difference here because like if we're talking about like liability or who do we hold responsible, who do we point at, right? Like if a cop is like working as like a warden, a prison warden, and somebody dies under their care, even if they did it by all of the book, but they shouldn't have been in prison because they were innocent. How much responsibility does it says prison warden had who didn't have access?
That's
to
different. That's putting the blame on a specific person. We're asking whether or not we put the blame on a system or a country, right? So when we say Russia,
that's better. Okay,
you know what I mean? So sure, like blaming the specific warden, right? And so that's, to me, the outrage of Navalny that he died, it's sort of like a George Floyd type situation where you could say things happen that aren't new, right? Like, so the idea that there could be police aggression to, minorities isn't new, but it's when that happens, it's a flashpoint, right? In other words, what I'm saying is 3 days before Navalny died, you could make all of the same arguments about Russia's corruption, that they've locked up a political dissident. That was all true. It's just it wasn't big on people's minds at the time because he didn't die. There wasn't this event that made it fresh in people's minds.
He was arrested 3 years ago.
Right. And so once he dies, to me, the majority of the outrage isn't necessarily that he died. It's that it shows this corrupt system that's locking up political dissidents. And now, tragically, whether it be intentional murder or just this guy died, probably because even if it's not intentional, it's exacerbated by conditions. I mean, hell, in the United States, your health's going to...
that's part of it. I think part of it is a system critique. But for a lot of Westerners, especially people who were involved in the Russian opposition, Russians abroad and domestically who supported Navalny, for them, it probably would also feel like the death of the alternative. It isn't just about, the systematic critique. It's about the crushing of when people think who after Putin. No, but not a lot of names come up, but one of the only ones that did when it came to opposition was Navalny. Now, I'm not a huge fan of Navalny due to some of like imperial beliefs that he's had, previous comments about migrants, stuff like that. But that was what he offered as a symbol. And so I think for a lot of people, either at the Munich Security Conference, to them it was like the snuffing out of the alternative. It was the snuffing out of somebody who could offer a different system. And so I don't think it's just about a systematic critique. For a lot of people, it was the death of,
Well, I'll disagree. I don't deny that there are people that could have
even if I don't necessarily think Navalny is like this great hero who's going to bring about that. I'm just saying for people for the opposition in Russia and for a lot of Westerners, that's what he symbolized.
I disagree. I agree that that's certainly the case with some people. I would argue that the majority of it is propaganda, that Russia bad, and so anything to make them look bad, we're going to hype up to the nth degree. I have no doubt there are people that actually feel terrible about the death of Navalny, but I think the majority of it is that they see that this is politically expedient in the United States. The reason I bring all this up, which I'm sure you can intuit, is that if we have a criticism that says as a free
Thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. Sorry.
No problem. If we have a free country, if we're a Western country, and we should promote democracy and fair elections, and we should promote the idea of free speech and political dissidents being allowed in the country, right, that we should approach that way with every country, not just Russia. And so if there are other countries locking up political dissidents, that we should condemn them as well. And I do not see how our ally, Ukraine, locking up Gonzalo Lira, which leads to his death, is something that shouldn't also be condemned. In fact, it should probably be condemned more for two particular reasons. One, because the person that was a political dissident that was locked up was an American. And second, because Russia's our enemy. Condemning's easy, right? You expect your enemy to do terrible shit, right? But your ally, you expect not to be harming your own citizens intentionally. And so we have more leverage over our ally, and we should not have to do things like give up the merchant of death to bring back an American prisoner in Ukraine. We should be able to just say, hey, we're sending you billions of dollars. Please don't lock up our citizens. Send them home. So for those reasons, I don't understand why the people that are so focused on condemning the locking up of political dissidents in Russia have nothing to say whatsoever. Well, I understand why, because it's propaganda. But how does that not apply to the situation of Gonzalo Lira, in your estimation?
I would say Navalny and Gonzalo Lira are the reasons they died, the reasons why they were put in prison, and who they were and what they represented were very different. And I think that's part of the reason why Navalny's getting a lot more attention and a lot more, I don't know, a media time than Gonzalo. The Gonzalo story is kind of crazy to me because here's a guy who shows up in Ukraine, like just basically a few days before the invasion. The country gets invaded, and the first thing he starts doing, with no history in covering the real region, not a huge deep knowledge of the region, he starts cheering on the invading army. Mm-hmm. Not only does he start cheering on the invading army, but he starts saying things like Bucha were done by the Ukrainians. The Ukrainians all put themselves into death pits. Mm-hmm. Starts cheering on the bombing, different advancements, and in many instances, literally just taking Russian state statements. I can't believe I bothered going through some of his segments and breaking this down, but Russian state statements, what the government puts out, and just reporting it uncritically, not even saying where the source is from.
Okay.
This is just Russian government, and he's just repeating it what's the word? Verbatim?
Yeah,
Verbatim.
Yeah.
So that's what he's doing in the country. The Russians then push in Kharkiv, the city which he is in. He's dead now. I don't think it matters that I don't feel like I'm doxing.
That's fine.
He starts getting bombed and hit, and people start dying, and he continues to publish this types of information while calling himself a journalist. Now, I just want to be clear. I don't think the dude should be dead before I advance this, but I don't think the dude's a journalist either. Repeating state media and not creating, like going out, creating your own original content, getting original stories, doing like original interviews with people on the ground, that's journalism to me. Like there are Russian propagandists that I would also consider, in a way, journalists in some sense, or people on the other side of the conflict believe completely different things that I would call a journalist, that I even have the deepest disgust for. He was not a journalist. He was a guy in his apartment in Kharkiv, in a country he did not have deep country to, talking about the war, not going out and covering it, and just spreading lies in favor of the invading country while his neighbors were getting killed. And so this is the position he put himself in. Eventually, the SBU, which is like it's like the Ukrainian FBI in a way, is a little different, but it's like that. They eventually send somebody to him and tell him to stop. They say, you can't say what you said about Bucha. That's a lie. That's against the Ukrainian law. You can't do that. You can't make propaganda in favor of the invading army. And this is the area where I feel a little distaste for people like Glenn Greenwald and how they talk about it. Not only because Glenn Greenwald says Zelensky murdered Gonzalo Lira, but he makes the argument that it doesn't make any sense that Putin would murder Navalny, which I just think is hypocrisy to me. But it's also because at this point, wait 1 second. My dog's making some noise. Can you give me a moment?
Yeah. Do you mind if I interject for a second? Just say something. So in my X feed, I also said Zelensky murdered. However, I want to be clear. What I'm doing is directly responding to those that say Putin murdered Navalny. And what I'm saying is there isn't proof at this point that Putin murdered. We didn't even have an autopsy or anything with Navalny.
But we also don't have proof that Zelensky murdered.
That's absolutely true.
Gonzalo.
But what I'm saying is that when I say that, I'm levying a criticism that's saying, well, if you're going to say without proof Putin murdered Navalny, I could make a similar, but I'm not saying literally Zelensky.
I think it's a little different, but I understand your point. I get what you're saying. So this is what the position he's in. He's being told to stop, and then he doesn't. And that eventually leads to the SBU raiding his house, putting him in detainment, and then he goes out on bail. Mm-hmm. Now, once he's out on bail, he decides that he wants to flee the country and claim political asylum in Hungary. He runs to the border, and while he's running to the border, he starts live tweeting his entire fleeing process, putting up YouTube videos and all sorts of stuff. Now, personally, I don't think that's the smartest thing to do if you're trying to smuggle yourself out of the country, is to live tweet your smuggle. It's like live tweeting a prison breakout. It just doesn't seem very sensible to me. He gets caught and then he gets put back in prison. Now, during this period when he was saying stuff about his detainment, he said stuff about them taking needles and puncturing his eyes and a lot of tall tales, but never any evidence, never any physical abuses. And I'm not saying it's impossible that they didn't actually abuse him. They could have, and they maybe did it in a way that's specifically impossible to find. There are guidebooks that I found that not from Ukrainian sources, but at least on the Russian side, and it's not impossible to believe it could also happen on this side, of how to like torture somebody while leaving like the fewest injuries. I know Rusich released a guide on that. And then he's put back in detainment. And then after a while, he reportedly writes a letter talking about how he had pneumonia and how he was sick, and then he dies. So the part of his detainment, talking about his death is another thing. The part of his detainment, I can on principle say that I don't think Gonzalo Lira should have been put in prison, or maybe he should have been deported instead, or some other form of punishment outside of putting him in prison. But at the end of the day, I don't think any other country in the position Ukraine was in would have done anything different. In fact, I'm honestly a little surprised that they held back on arresting him, and they kind of told him to stop the first go around, and they didn't do the whole just SBU kick in the door and arrest him, because I know the SBU and they don't fucking play around. So I was kind of a little bit surprised by the kid glove, what I thought at first was pretty kid glove treatment.
Okay.
And the reason I make that assertion why no other country would do it is this wasn't a guy criticizing Zelensky. I've criticized Zelensky. I know other people like Klitschko in Kiev that have criticized Zelensky. There are other people who have criticized how the war effort has been handled. I have criticized the money in the Cayman Islands and all this stuff, and I've never ever been harassed. That's not to say that press freedom is 100% in Ukraine, but I've never had that problem. The reason he was put in prison is because he was making propaganda. He was a foreigner making propaganda for the invading enemy army, cheering them on while trying to cover up war crimes. He was warned to stop, and then he was arrested. Lincoln arrested people during the Civil War when it came to the Confederate press and the pro-Confederate press. Many different countries in survival mode will engage in arresting people who are literally producing propaganda for the enemy army. We did that in the United States too during World War II, whether we're talking about the Silver Legion or the German-American Bund. And so, while I, on principle, can say something like, in my perfect world, I would be against arresting even a dumb schmuck like Gonzalo Lira, they're in a survival scenario, and I don't know of many other countries, if any country, that wouldn't do the exact same thing when it comes to his detainment than what the Ukrainian government did.
Okay, so there's a lot to unpack here. First, the idea of was he or was he not a journalist? And I'll even go further than that. Was he a good person or not? I actually know very little about him. I know there are allegations. I hesitate to believe a lot of the allegations because some people I know that stream and other things like that get allegations levied against them that I know aren't true. It's easy to just say this person's a molester or something like that.
I can, if you want, a lot of the older stuff when he was Coach Red Pill and not Gonzalo Lira, I'm less familiar with. You could probably talk to somebody else to get more familiarity with that. When he was like saying this stuff about women, which are, I mean, the clips I've seen are interesting, but I've also only seen clips.
Right.
But the recent stuff about his reporting on the war, I can find you the streams
Yeah, that's it.
where he's lying if you want.
Okay, but
like I remember, like the thing that showed it most clearly to me is when Russian state media posted by accident or on purpose, who knows, video game footage saying that they had disabled a Ukrainian HIMARS, an American-provided HIMARS system, and he reported it uncritically, saying that multiple have been destroyed. To this day, we still don't have a confirmed HIMARS destruction.
Okay.
So that's the type of stuff that I just see from him, and I'm like, that's not journalism.
Okay, so let me just say, the point I'm trying to make, though, is you're not making this argument, right? I don't care if he was a bad person. Similarly about Navalny, right? Because I did see a small effort of people saying, did you see this video of what he said about Muslims? I don't really give a shit. If he was locked up for being a political dissident, he doesn't have to be a great person or someone whose politics or personal life I liked. We can admit that on principles, right? I feel the same about Lira. So I'm not you're making this argument, I'm not saying you are, but I'm unpersuaded by the first argument that I've heard from a lot of people. Oh, Gonzalo Lira assaulted women in grotesque ways, and so he had it.
No, I think it's more a question of how we should remember him.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't. But so that's number one. Number two is it's to the idea of him being a journalist. It's also irrelevant to me. Now, I do think there's a problem and how some.
It's just also a question of he's dead, so people are now memorializing him like a hero, which happens with a lot of people. The only person that hasn't happened with is Too Mad, apparently.
Right.
But a lot of I don't want the record to be that this guy, for doing brave journalism, died.
Okay, I understand that, right? And I'm not here to cast stones on that, but I mean, coming from people, coming from the people that say that probably largely lionized George Floyd. And just like there were people that tried to say, like, he pointed a gun at his pregnant girlfriend's stomach. That has nothing to do with the incident of the day George Floyd died, right?
I am never of a person of like martyrs are not people who choose to be martyrs. They end up just being martyrs.
Right.
Definitely, like the police are usually engaging in communities that have like high crime, and a lot of these instances where people were unarmed and got killed, if you go into their past, you're gonna find all sorts of scummy stuff.
So that's
but at the end of the day, it's about if the interaction itself was immoral or not moral.
Right.
And that's the question here.
right. So that's so the idea of him being a journalist, I don't have to get in that debate. Now, I do think there's a separate conversation on gatekeeping the term journalist. I don't think the only people that are journalists are someone with a state media pass or something like that. But I can
agree
say
with you,
for
but let's be clear. I would say, no, I'm just want to be clear. That's not the question here.
I know that's not what
about
you're
the media
saying.
pass.
Right.
He's just literally repeating what the Russian government says. That's
Okay.
a stenographer, not a journalist.
Well, that sounds like the majority of our mainstream media, but I digress. Point is, it doesn't matter. For the sake of argument, I could say, I could accept the arguments like this dude wasn't a journalist. And I'm not saying that I was familiar enough with his work to make that decision myself, but it is literally irrelevant to me. Because to me, the question is, are we condemning the locking up of political dissidents or not? I don't think we say, well, we only condemn the locking up of a political dissident if they're a politician or a journalist. I would be equally outraged, for example, if we, and the tragedy is the higher profile that you have, the more likely we're to hear of the story. But the treatment of Navalny, I would also be equally outraged if there was just regular Russians, which I'm sure there are, that have protested Putin and were locked up for that. That as well is heinous. We might not hear about it because it's not as high profile or as impactful, but on principle, it is the same violation that we should be outraged about. So I don't have to say Gonzalo Lira was of a certain moral character or of a certain professional character to say that that should influence whether or not we condemn his imprisonment. So that on the question of journalists, it's totally irrelevant to me on that specific point. The next point is, there were an awful lot of people, and this I didn't know when Lira got locked up. I talked about it. I thought that I was interested, and so I did my best to find the indictment specifically. And one of the problems is, it's incredibly, I find this when I'm looking into the Burisma story, it's incredibly hard to do research into stuff when you don't know the language. So for example, I'm relying on good faith that the translation of stuff I'm getting is legitimate, but I don't know for sure, right?
Can I give you a story about something like this that really got under my skin?
Yeah,
I don't know if you know, I debated Lauren Southern a while ago. It was on after Daria Dugina died, right? And it was an argument about how people were reacting to her death. And I was very unsympathetic to Daria Dugina. But in that discussion, I had certain pieces of media translated of statements that Daria Dugina said that was horrendous about how soldiers should be treated, other stuff like that. And then Lauren Southern said those translations were wrong. I had them translated too. And it was actually not that. She said this. And I was like, but that doesn't make sense. I had a really good translator. I used this translator out in the field. And so neither of us spoke the language, so we just had to move on. And I said I thought I was right. She said she was right. Afterwards, I find out that the person who was translating was the daughter of was the translator for Dugin. It was Alexander Dugin's translator, and that feels like information that if I was told may have had an impact on how I approached. Like, wait, what's your translation again?
Yeah, I don't know. I'll just say it's not just the translations either. It's also, maybe you could comment on this quickly if you want. Particularly in the past, maybe it's different now, but like we are kind of spoiled in the Western world with our access to information. It's more difficult. Like, for example, when I'm trying to find cases that prosecutors in 2015, 2016 in Ukraine had, it's damn near impossible. You can see mention of them in media outlets like the Kiev Post, but then when you go to like the Ukrainian government website, it's difficult to find the actual case. So I think there is something where it's like, there's not the same level of access to information in a country. Maybe it's easier when you're there physically, but for me here anyways, it's a long about way that I'm trying to say.
Hard to investigate as a foreigner.
Right. So I find the indictment and everyone's telling me the reason he was indicted was he was specifically showing Russians troop movements of Ukraine and sending that to Russia. Nowhere in the indictment do I see that. You tell me if I'm wrong. In the indictment, they cite the number of the law that he violated, and the examples that they give are basically that he was denying Russian war crimes and insulting Ukrainian troops. Is that your understanding of the reading of the indictment?
Yeah, that was basically it. I think I remember there was statements of like, oh, like he could have taken pictures of this or pictures of that, but I was never given anything or I've been told anything that we have evidence that he was specifically documenting like Ukrainian troop movements to give to the Russians. I've never seen anything of evidence of that. I've seen people saying that over and over again. I haven't been shown any evidence of that, and I haven't been shown evidence of it. Then I, at this point, just don't think it exists until
Right,
somebody
and
proves me
even
otherwise.
if it, and the problem is, you could say, well, here he is on stream, and there's a Ukrainian soldier. It's on camera. But my point is, but if that's, then Ukraine would have, that clearly would be a crime that they would have been interested in prosecuting or charging him with if that occurred. So all I'm doing is going by the official Ukrainian government indictment. And I think that's the best source because people swear up and down to me that they've watched his streams and saw him intentionally showing troop movements that he no doubt, and I just don't see evidence of it. I'm not saying,
To be clear, I haven't watched his streams religiously. Because if I wanted to hear the Russian perspective, I'm not going to listen to him. I'm going to go listen to the Russians.
Sure.
Right. So I would listen to like Gherkin or like other Russian commentators if I wanted to hear like the Russian nationalist perspective. So I didn't watch his streams. It's not impossible for me to believe that on his stream he could have showed something like of troop movement or something that was posted and he'd be willing to show it on stream. That's something that I would believe he would be willing to do. I also know from personal conversations with others who talked to him in private that he was an extremely paranoid individual, which, I mean, if you're doing what you're doing in a country at war, you probably should be.
right. He's dead. He died in prison, so
Yeah.
paranoia justified. So that's number two. Like, so that's what the assumption I'm operating off of. That's basically what he's trying. You're giving specific examples, but in general, it was the denying of Russian war crimes and the insulting of Ukrainian troops. So that's what I'm
Yeah.
operating off of. And I'm
Yeah,
not saying
I
you
think,
said otherwise. I think you're in agreement with me that that's
It's hard
what you're
to say
acknowledging.
because the case is not going to happen now.
Right.
And that's what sucks because I was really interested to see it go into trial. Because I was interested in a few reasons. I was interested to see them in a full courtroom full of Ukrainians playing his statements saying the Ukrainians did Bucha, the Ukrainians did this, and just seeing how he reacts to it once he's not in his little internet bubble, seeing how he has to look in the faces of people who probably lost family members in Bucha, and see how they react to it. I was also interested to see if all these rumors about him tracking the troop move and stuff like that was true, if that was going to come up later in the trial. I had no clue. But I was really interested in the trial. Yep,
Okay.
that's
All
it.
right. So that's the second. The third thing is like the stupidity of him. Again, it's irrelevant to me. Now we could make the point and say like, look, he did dumb things, and it's worth pointing out if that happened to people that might be interested. But as far as whether or not being stupid evaluates into my decision of whether or not I think on principle locking him up or not was justified, it seems to be irrelevant. The fourth thing is the fact that he was trying to flee, I think exacerbates the situation because to me, seeing as how this was an American citizen and Ukraine at this point isn't just an ally of the United States, but they are heavily dependent on the United States and the Western world. And so given that, if the problem... Go ahead.
Sorry, we've been going through a lot of... Can I ask you one question?
Yeah.
This is just the question that's always been bugging me since the start of this. Because for me, on principle, I'm a guy that's like, let people say the dumbest of dumbest
Sure.
of dumbest things, as long as they're not leaking like the most classified of information on
Right.
the planet. Like it happens regularly on War Thunder. Or they're, doing something like calling in bomb threats or something like that. Or doing some other explicit material. Then just leave them alone. But this was also a country that we have to understand that had just uncovered the largest mass graves since the Yugoslav genocides in its country after liberating the territory that the Russians had occupied, over 440 bodies. When you talk about Mariupol and the mass graves that have expanded around that, you're talking about 35 to 75,000 people. I don't want to compare it to any other conflicts or anything, but that's a lot of dead people. When you're looking at the death toll and the atrocities, the fact that UN reports that 94% of the people who went through Russian control, that means like they detained somebody, they were either sexually abused, raped, mistreated in some other fashion. Like the scale of the atrocities in Ukraine, when you talk about it being the largest war in Europe since World War II, is hard for me to get across. And so in their mind, they're in a struggle for national survival that I don't think anybody can deny. So that's their perspective on it. And I think about any other country, a burgeoning democracy, fighting against a country 5 times its size, 5 times its resources, 5 times its people, which they know heavily has invested in trying to create discontent and instability domestically in their country and the countries of its allies, sees a foreigner come into its country a few days before the invasion and start cheering on the invaders, saying that the war crimes aren't real, next to the people who experience those war crimes every day. They're acting, and at a certain point from the Ukrainian perspective, as part of the propaganda arm of the Russian government. Definitely, if they're specifically taking Russian government sources and just being the stenographer, denying all the war crimes, praising Russian victories, cheering for Russian victory. He was literally waiting in Kharkiv for the Russians to take it so he could be liberated. That was his perspective. And so if it was the American government, or the Canadian government, or the Chinese, the Japanese, the South Korean, any government in the world in the same position where its people were being told that their country isn't real, they're going to annihilate it, and in occupied territories, they're destroying their cultural identity, I think most countries, if not all countries, would do the same thing in the same position, even if on principle, since I want to be principled on the position of free speech, I would say just deport them at worst.
Well, that's, first off, you're getting to the point I had. Deport would have made more sense. We'll get to that. But let's say, for whatever reason, that wasn't an option. So were they right to detain him? The problem is, although I understand the emotional appeals, and you have to understand, if you're looking at this on a human level, sometimes you could look at things on an objective level and say, this is what objectively would be best. But if you put yourself and your family in this situation, you would react differently. I'll go to a completely different topic to show this. Let's say, I don't know what your stance is on the Israel-Palestine thing, but let's say hypothetically we could both agree that perhaps Israel's gone too far in certain aspects. And you could objectively make that case, I think, right? But the problem is, what if it was your daughter that's still kidnapped? Is it too far now? Well, no, you might say, if it was my family, even though I will say, as an objective standard, we have to approach this with as little casualties as possible, take our time, try to use diplomacy. If it's my family, I might say, screw all that, man. Guns a-blazing. I'll do whatever I can, not just to bring my daughter back, but for retribution. So I understand the human side of what you're saying. Now, is all of the numbers you're telling me completely accurate? I don't know, right? I'm sure there are people that could say things on the other side and they would talk about the mistreatment of people.
The numbers aren't the point. Ignore the numbers. The
Right.
happen.
Okay, of course. But all I'm saying is I'm sure there are people on the other side that would say, well, the Azov battalion did terrible things and, these crimes went unanswered for, and so et cetera, even if the scale's not as much as what you're talking about. But let's, for the sake of argument, just say absolutely what you're saying is correct. On a human level, could they do that and feel that way? And would you be angry if you saw this foreigner coming in and want retribution against them? Absolutely. But how far are we willing to take this, right? What if they would have said, well, we're just going to lock up anyone, because of these atrocities, we're going to lock up anyone who's ethnically Russian. You mentioned World War II in the United States. One of the famous decisions that happened in World War II was Korematsu, where we locked up Japanese Americans, right? Oh. And they could have made the same arguments. Well, Pearl Harbor.
Actually, can we make that? Can we go deeper into that comparison? Because in World War II, after we were attacked in Pearl Harbor, now I don't know what military plan. I'm not a big military planner, but can we both agree that the odds of the Japanese taking Washington D.C. were frankly quite low?
Sure.
Right. Even from the opening bell of the war, the Japanese war plan wasn't take D.C. The Japanese war plan was to make the cost so heavy that it would deter America from trying to fight them. They miscalculated, but it was never to take D.C. Okay. Now, in that situation, where America's national survival isn't even at question, but maybe the balance of the international community, there might be a very far-off example where the national survival could be under question, but it's not that present. It's very hard to imagine. They locked up every Japanese person they could in that scenario.
Sure.
Very wrong. Most people look back on it and say, obviously a mistake, shouldn't have done that. Obviously. That's what we did when we didn't even have our national survival threatened to the extent that the Ukrainians are having it threatened now, and they went up to them and warned them beforehand to fucking cut it out.
Okay.
So when you compare what we were willing to do when put in a position much less difficult than theirs, we went horrifically farther than what they could, and what they're doing is giving them warnings to foreigners who didn't even live in the country that much before the war even started. Who are specifically openly advocating for the Russians to keep on bombing.
Okay. So you have to give me a couple seconds here to explain, right? So the important part of the Korematsu thing is what you said, that we look back with that with shame. You would agree with that, right? We say that was a bad thing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now you will just say, but we did that bad thing with less of a reason than Ukraine, which did a less bad thing, but they had more of a reason to do it. Is that sort of a fair summation of what you're saying?
Yeah, I would say, the thing is about the Gonzalo Lira case, they treated it so soft-handedly, in my opinion, from like the warning to like giving him the opportunity to leave the country on multiple occasions. From like, I mean, from what I was told, he was fucking like taking the McDonald's, gotten a fucking coffee when he was talking to investigators. Like the soft hands he was given to me, like honestly, I think most countries put in the same position, they would have gone worse.
Okay, so the point is,
but my point to you would be: is there any country on the planet you could name that wouldn't have?
So I'm getting to that. So okay, so the point is, we agree that Kormantsa was bad. The difference is, it doesn't matter if you're right. It doesn't matter if, hypothetically, a similar situation would happen in the United States. Let's say somehow, 10 years from now, a coalition of North Korea, China, and Russia invades the United States. And for whatever reason, it doesn't look good, right? And would the United States then, if there was a foreign-born propagandist, where we would consider them from our perspective propagandists, cheering on the Russians and the Chinese, would we lock them up? Probably would happen. Does that mean it would be a good thing principally? Maybe not. Right, but you could say that's how countries would react. Here's the difference, and here's why it matters.
Because every nation state, their primary goal is survival. And
Right.
when the nation state's survival is threatened in that way, I mean, most nation states have gone historically much further than what the Ukrainians have.
But here's why it doesn't matter. Because Ukraine is reliant on us. That's why it doesn't matter. So imagine, go back to that World War II era, and let's say
But we don't need to wait. To be clear, that means we don't hold our own selves to the standard, but we expect other countries to be held
That
to the
is
standard.
absolutely what it means. That is absolutely. And let me explain why. Let's say hypothetically we go back to World War II, and let's say for whatever reason the United States really isn't a world power, and we are totally reliant on, let's say it's a crazy world, and Mexico and Canada are our benefactors, right? And so we don't really have a military remotely capable of dealing with Japan or the Axis in World War II. And we start locking people up, and we start locking Mexican Americans up. And Mexico's like, whoa, no. And we're like, but they're propagandists. And Mexico's like, we don't give a shit. But Mexico, you would do it if you were in our shoes, maybe. But those are Mexican citizens. And the role of Mexico is to look out for their citizens. That's how I feel. No matter, I'm against, and so I'll admit my bias. I don't think the United States should be sending this aid to Ukraine anyways. I think the United States makes a boondoggle of these countries. They get involved not for benevolent reasons, but because there's exploitation from military, political, and corporate leaders in our country that see benefits to them. I think.
Wait. Can I ask you a question? What nation state? What would be your prime model where the nation states are all engaging with each other, not out of self-interest, but out of the pureness of their heart? What system would you propose?
Doesn't matter. Like,
if you say we shouldn't do it because we're doing it out of self-interest, I think self-interest is a good reason to do something on it.
Sure, but the problem is if it's self-interest and mutually beneficial done by benevolent people, but it's not. Dylan, I'll tell you,
it can be mutually beneficial done by the worst people on the planet. If it's mutually beneficial, if it's good policy, you do good policy.
Dylan, I'll tell you how this ends. You're not going to want to hear it. But here's how it ends. The people, at the end of the day, the United States is going to leave Ukraine, and the people there are going to be in a real bad spot. That's how it's going to end.
The people there are in a bad spot right now.
Right.
The people there were in a bad spot yesterday.
Right.
The people there were in a bad spot the day before. The people there were in a bad spot in 2013.
Yep.
They were in a bad spot in 2014.
Right.
They're probably going to be a bad spot when the war's over, and then they continue to struggle. We're in a bad spot now. We'll be in a bad spot tomorrow. The Ukrainians will continue to struggle. I mean, yes, but we should assist them in their struggle.
Okay, so I think the assistance...
So they'll be in a not as a bad spot when the war is over. It's a war. Of course, after every war, you're in a bad spot.
Again, I think the assistance exacerbates the problem for the people of Ukraine. And that people like you will always... let's say the United States doesn't pass this aid package.
Naivete on a high level. That's what it sounds like to me, man.
You can say that, but
It is all assumed that the Russians are ready to make a deal, and the Russians are going to be satisfied with what they got now.
I will be borne out to be correct. I've been correct probably more than you in this conflict, who remember...
Wait, let me ask you a question. Did you think the Russians were going to invade?
No.
Did you think when the Russians invaded that the Ukrainians would be able to put up a fight?
Not as much as they did.
Did you think when the Russians invaded that the Ukrainians would be able to take back territory that the Russians took from them?
I assumed once it was evident what was going on, I did.
What do you mean, once it was evidence? You mean once they started taking territory back and once the Russians started to fail, then you changed your position?
Right. Once you saw after the first few weeks that Russia wasn't going to easily move through.
Later, when you found out that the Russians... But at the start, you didn't think the idea of, the Ukrainians are going to... on the first week, you're like, but after this, they'll launch this counteroffensive and they'll take back 50% of the land, and then they'll be able to structure out into a 2-year war.
I thought that it would be something that would go back and forth. It was evident that it was going to be a long, drawn-out conflict, that there would be back and forth, which would intuit that there would be Ukraine gains and losses and regains and relosses.
After they had stopped the Russian advance, though, correct?
Yeah.
Yes. Gotcha.
Okay. Well, you said
So
now let's talk.
Wait, let me.
Go ahead.
No, I didn't even finish mine. I was just building.
I think you've had the bulk of the speak. I'm being generous, but go ahead.
Oh, fine. No, go. If I had the bulk of speaking time, go
No,
ahead.
that's fine. Go ahead. You can finish your point. That's fine.
So my position is that I think if the United States was to see its interests with its own eyes, clearly, which I think is very, very much in supporting the Ukrainians, we can get them in the best position to negotiate in, period. The Russians invaded Ukraine. Whether or not they would have invaded with us or without us there, I think they would have gone on with us or without us there, with NATO expansion, without NATO expansion. It's an alternative scenario. It's hard, impossible to try to speculate into the future or speculate what didn't or couldn't have happened. But when you listen to Vladimir Putin, when given an open canvas by Tucker Carlson, he goes on a 44-minute rant about Russia's legacy and how it owns Ukraine, how its people and Russian people are basically one, how they used to own it, and how they won it in valor and blood, connected all the way back to 883. When I hear that type of commentary from Putin, I think that this is somebody that the only way you're going to make a future where the Ukrainians are going to have a prosperous scenario anywhere where they could survive as anything less than a rump state, they're going to have to fight. They're going to have to very least hold the line. So the Russians have to negotiate with the Ukrainians at the very least from a level playing field.
Okay, so let's ask what your predictions were. Before we even got into the Biden presidency, I had a discussion with you about Syria. Part of that discussion was discussing sort of me being...
Should we go back to Gonzalo Lira and finish there before we...
Well, yes. Let's do that real quick, all right? And then so put a pin in that. The reason I'm saying is because he was an American, even though you're right, America might do this, as Americans, our government should be protecting Americans. And if it's wrong to lock up a political dissident, then it should be wrong. So he should have been sent home. He should have been exported from the country, which you admitted that you said it should at least be a deportation. Totally agree. If we are doing a huge favor to a country by providing these munitions and they are reliant on us, they should not be detaining our people for political dissidents. And that's what this is, as you've admitted in the indictment. The argument was that he was...
When you say political in what sense? Because it's not political in the way that, I don't like Zelensky. It's political in the way that I think Russian soldiers should kill your people. It's political in that way.
Okay, let's say you'll agree I haven't said anything to the... in fact, I hope Ukraine wins tomorrow. So you'll agree that you've never heard me say I hope Russians kill Ukrainians.
No.
Okay, right. But let's, for the sake of argument, say I did. And then let's say, for whatever reason, I happen to be going through Ukraine. Should I be detained?
Should you?
Yeah.
I think that,
Should I?
honestly... Wait, while you're not there...
I said these things back home in the States, then I go to Ukraine. Should I be detained?
Probably not, no.
Okay, so then the problem is Lira is saying them in Ukraine.
Well, it's not just that Lira is saying them in Ukraine. It's that Lira is saying them in Ukraine, was given an offer to leave by the Ukrainians and was told to stop, decided, I'm not going to listen to Ukrainian authorities. I'm not going to leave. I'm going to stay in the country past them recommending I leave, continue to engage in the exact commentary that they said was going to get me in trouble, and then he was detained. Look, again, I could come to the conclusion still that he probably just should have been deported anyway, literally forced out into the country. But once he's passed all those barriers, was given the opportunity to leave, I do think that when it comes to this as an act of political persecution, it would be one of the softest acts of political persecution I've seen.
I disagree. He died in prison, right? And the fact is, it's belied by this fact. If that was the argument, if it was just dude, we just want the guy out of the country, then why would they stop him while, as you said, he's stupidly showing that he's fleeing the country?
At a certain
why not
point,
just boot him in the ass and say, see you later?
Because at a certain point, it's about making a point to the
right.
authorities.
That's exactly right.
Listen, let me finish my sentence. At a certain point, once they're like, okay, dude, you said the Bucha was fake. You want the Russians to kill us. Please leave the country. And he says, no, goes back to his apartment, continues to do what he was doing. At that point, they're like, fine, he's not listening to our advice. He's not leaving. He's continuing to produce the propaganda. Then he got arrested, and then he was detained.
That's the point. They wanted to make it a point by imprisoning an American citizen for political dissidence. That's the point.
Dissidence.
That is what it is. He was locked
Okay.
up.
If I said, I hope the Russians blow up your family, Rob, I'm not saying like, oh, that's just political commentary.
Listen,
Just
do you know
political commentary.
do you know who Ward Churchill is?
Ward Churchill? Remind me.
He was, I think I'm getting that name correct. He was a Native American gentleman in the United States that post 9/11 was a professor, and he went on speaking tours detailing how the United States deserved 9/11 and worse because of the horrible crimes they committed against Native Americans, against indigenous populations around the world. Should he have been locked up?
No, I don't think he should have.
Why not? It's not just mere political disagreement, correct? It's not political speech.
It isn't just political disagreement, that is true, but America can't ignore him. They can't ignore him because what he says doesn't matter. They're not Al Qaeda is never going to fucking take Washington D.C. and erase America from the face of the globe. They weren't in a position. The state wasn't in a position of national survival. Again, I'm against Gonzalo Lira just being locked up. He should have been deported. But I just need you to look at me here and tell me that you go to a country that's being invaded. You're having the largest mass graves uncovered since the Yugoslav genocide on the continent. Largest war since World War II on the European continent. Horrific atrocities happening day in, day out. And this person who doesn't even live in your country, doesn't give a single fuck about your country, goes in, starts repeating the propaganda of the enemy while cheering on the invasion and saying their war crimes were either fake or that you were the real ones that did the murdering. And one day, when the Russians take over, I'm going to be able to welcome them into the city. If you're in that position, like for me, as an episode of political oppression, every single nation state in the world, including us, would do that, if not go further. And so me expecting the Ukrainians to do something that the rest of the world would do in the same position, if not go further, and me dictating if I'm going to send aid or not going to send aid on top of that, it would just seem silly to me. Based on that, it would have been impossible for us to send any guns or munitions to the Soviets. But it was the right thing to do.
The point that I'm making is all of that's irrelevant. The stupidity, like this speaks to the stupidity of Lira, and it could speak to the genuine feelings of outrage from the people in Ukraine. Just like people could have genuinely been outraged at Ward Churchill or anyone in the United States.
You do agree that every single other state would do this in the same position, though, right?
I don't know. I would have to think about it.
Can you think of, is there any country that wouldn't?
I don't know. Like, are there countries that have been invaded that haven't detained people that spoke up? I'm sure there's examples of it. You don't think that's ever happened?
Maybe if the country was taken over fast enough. Maybe in Denmark, for example, because they gave up quickly.
But again, the point is, even if I say no, every country would do it, it still makes it irrelevant, right? Because he was an American and they are the ally of American.
Let
me give you an example.
Everything it should be irrelevant as a matter of policy. As a matter of policy of whether we support them with aid or not, I do think it should be irrelevant.
Okay.
Especially when this act of political suppression was particularly if we compare like the Navalny treatment to the Gonzalo treatment, it's not even comparable.
What I'm saying is we've already gone through what he did. He talked shit in Ukraine. He talked shit in their soldiers. He spread what they consider to be misinformation. I don't know if everything he said was misinformation, but I'll concede some of the shit he was saying may have been wrong and may have been intentional lies. I'll even go that further. It wasn't just wrong. It was intentionally wrong. I could go there. Nonetheless, by definition, that is locking someone up for political dissonance. Do
you believe at any level propaganda should be something that, like, at what level does propaganda become part of warfare?
I don't know. It would take a very high level of it. Like, the problem is once you start to say that there are certain levels of that, then we could say in the United States there's propaganda waged all the time. For example, the FBI engaged in propaganda against Trump with Russia collusion along with the U.S. media many times over from 2016 to 2020. Is that an act of warfare?
I think it could be a lot clearer when there's an active war. Okay,
well, again, my point is this: because he was an American, even if I could concede that I don't know.
What happened? I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Holy shit! I'm gonna take my time after this. You got one more interruption here. Go ahead.
It's just I know it hit me, and I think it'll leave me before I say it. There's a reason why we arrested Lord Haw, or the British arrested Lord Haw, and we arrested what was it? It was Japanese Rose. It was the Japanese woman that was telling all the American soldiers that surrender now, surrender now. If you do not surrender now, you will be annihilated by the mighty Japanese Imperial Army. You go to Lord Haw, he's like, these Nazis are cool. There's no Jews and gays anywhere, and they're doing this propaganda. They ended up getting arrested. Lord Haw got hung. Right?
You think that was a good thing? Was that a good thing?
Lord
Was
Haw
it
Haw was
justified?
hung.
Yeah.
In Lord Haw Haw's case, I think I'm okay with Lord Haw Haw being hung.
And why?
Probably.
I don't know the specific case, but just by what you're telling me, he didn't do anything. He just said the Nazis aren't doing anything wrong, and you should submit to them.
Well, Lord Haw Haw was working with the German propaganda service, specifically to release messages that would be morally discouraging to German soldiers.
Well, that's different if he's actively being paid to work with them. If he's an individual citizen that's not, do you think he should have been hung?
An individual citizen,
right? He's not being paid by Germany. He just has opinions.
No, I don't think he should be hung. But
right.
This is also the difference because they didn't hung Gonzalo Lira. As far as we know, we still don't know the exact circumstances of his death. He was told to leave. He didn't leave. Then they arrested him. Then he died. And we don't know the circumstances of his death.
Okay, so now I'll get back to the point. So even if I, for the sake of argument, concede, sure, every country in this unique position would have done the same thing, it's irrelevant to the point I'm making. When it's your family and when you're the one paying the bills, then you have a say in it. Our government should be looking out for Americans. I could make arguments, although it's definitely a different situation, you could make similar arguments to the stupidity level with someone like Brittany Griner, who goes to Russia, who goes to a country that we have hostile relationships with, and then has drugs, even though I think it's absurd the amount of drugs she had since she was charged, but you could say, how stupid would it be to her go? The stupidity of her or Gonzalo Lira is irrelevant. The anger that the people of Ukraine would have had of Gonzalo Lira is irrelevant. He is an American. If we are taking steps to say we condemn the locking up people for free speech, for political dissidents, then we should hold that standard even higher for our allies. If we're willing to give up the merchant of death, not my words, but the words of the U.S. government, to bring back Brittany Griner from a hostile nation, why wouldn't the United States at least be willing to say, until you send this American back, you no longer get aid? And why wouldn't...
I mean, you'd never get me to agree to that. I would never stake the lives of 44 million people on Gonzalo fucking Lira. Irresponsible decision to rush off to a war zone and start cheering on war crimes.
Okay, let me ask you that. Let's go through some questions. No. You just ran off. You've steered the direction of the conversation quite immensely and interrupted me many times, right? So let's say, I forget the guy's name, the Merchant of Death guy, though. Would you agree that he was locked up because the United States government thought that his being free would lead to the deaths of many innocent people?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and would you also agree that by giving him
maybe not anymore.
Did
we don't know if he would kill anybody anymore. But it was a question of it's a question of deterrence. You need to keep criminals locked up so others know. You get the idea.
Did you disagree with exchanging him for Brittany Griner?
Kinda.
You did.
I don't know how I feel about it still, honestly. Because for me, the Merchant of Death killed so many goddamn people. And I understand Brittany Griner didn't deserve to be arrested. But she went to Russia, smoked pot. I think it's bad that she got arrested. But when you go to countries, definitely foreign countries, which have those types of laws, you need to be careful about that type of stuff. Okay, so she makes a mistake, and now we need to pay for it with the Merchant of Death. Now, I ultimately wanted her to come back to the United States because I'm someone who believes in 420 legalization, so morally, I'm against her being locked up. But again, he's the Merchant of Death. So I don't know how I felt about it. Okay. I understood it was a fair trade from the start, but I also understood that leaving off that American to just rot in a prison, I don't know if I can live with that. That's why I'm divided about it.
Okay, well, I'll tell you this. Our government thought that the Merchant of Death was dangerous, which is why he's detained. They knew he was allegedly responsible, in their words, responsible for many deaths, and that could happen again, but they thought it was worth trading for Brittany Griner. So why wouldn't they think it's worth saying, we're not going to send you? They don't have to give up the Merchant of Death. They don't have to cause deaths by releasing someone that'll kill people. They merely would say, we are not going to give you aid. If that occurred, hypothetically, if the same administration that did the Brittany Griner exchange, the Biden administration, went to Zelensky and said, we heard you have an American detained, you're going to have to release him into our custody or we're not giving you money. How many seconds do you think it would have taken Zelensky to say, okay?
Well, I think it depends on two things. I think it would depend on, okay, so the new aid package is going to get approved. I think that would be part of it. Well, but I think probably at the president's discretion, it would probably add pressure to Zelensky to let him go in that scenario.
It would be 2 seconds. You know that he would be sure.
Yeah, but let's be clear, the trial hadn't even happened yet.
Right. They wouldn't have gave a shit. They would have said, sure, whatever, take him. We need the aid. That's exactly what they would have said. The point I'm trying to make is you cannot. And so what's happening with Navalny, you see this big propaganda push of people that are saying, because there are people like you that would say, well, I don't know that you would say this. I'm guessing. You would say Navalny's irrelevant to whether or not this aid package should be sent to Ukraine. There is a billion reasons to send this money to Ukraine, even if we don't even ever address Navalny. That's
I mean, it could
basically
be
your
one of
position,
them,
right?
but I don't think it's a direct reason. It would be quite. It's Biden said in 2021 that if Navalny died, there'd be severe consequences. He's now dead. If there's not severe consequences, then what happens to the president's word? What happens to the question of deterrence? The problem is Biden probably didn't think between the years 2021 and 2024 there'd be a gigantic war in Europe where we'd pull on so many different pressure levers. So he's got to find new ones, new sanctions, new ways to apply pressure.
Okay.
That he didn't have before.
But the point I'm trying to make is there are an awful lot of media personalities and politicians in this country using the death of Navalny to be like, well, that's it. The debate's ended now. Now we have to send money to Ukraine. You agree with that?
Some are saying, well, I don't know if they're saying debate's over, but they use it as a point, certainly.
And so my point is, then the same justification should be given for Gonzalo Lira, although I'll agree in some senses it's not as severe as Navalny. For example, he wasn't the political opposition leader. And that does speak to more of a...
They didn't say, hey, dude, you can leave. You know what they tried to do to Navalny? They poisoned him. That's why he left the country the first time.
Okay, it's sort of, again, when I'm talking about these specific situations of the fact that condemning people that have been arrested for political dissidence, right? What I'm saying is, in some senses, certainly...
political dissidence. This isn't political dissidence in the same way.
Well, you could say, again...
Navalny was arrested.
That's literally what I'm saying, but you keep interrupting. That's literally the point I'm trying to make. I'm saying in some senses, you could say the case of Navalny is more severe. For example, one, he was the political opposition leader. Second, that what he's accused of isn't like encouraging the invasion of Russia. He's merely... I think he was arrested technically for financial crimes, but what we all kind of intuit is he was arrested for merely being the opposition leader. Those things make the case of Navalny worse. You didn't have to interrupt me to say that. That's what I was saying. However, there are things that make it so the United States should be more concerned about the Gonzalo Lira. One, he was an American. Second, it was our ally that did it, not an enemy. You expect to have a weaker leverage point against your enemy because by the nature they're enemy. Your ally, you expect that your people will be treated good because they're your ally. Let alone it's more than an ally relationship because the unique position Ukraine's in now, they are reliant on the United States and the West to be able to continue to fight this war. So they need a big favor. So you should not be detaining Americans. And the fact that Lira, you've already said it, even if he was a bonehead and they threatened him and were like, you better leave, and he didn't, once they arrested him, left him out, and he tried to leave, you said the key part. They wanted to make a point. The reason they didn't leave was they wanted to make an example of him, an American. And I can't stand for that. And neither should anyone. Let me finish real quick.
Always.
Let me finish real quick. And so at a point in time when that happens, and then Lira dies, and nary a peep from almost anyone in this country, save a couple commentators like me, then those same people that said nothing are now going to get on their moral high horse about the Navalny situation and say we as the United States must condemn and must act because of this. I find it to reek of propaganda and show their double standard. These people should have spoken up. You should have spoken up. Everyone should have spoken up.
Wait. Let's be clear. Mm-hmm. I've known about Gonzalo Lira and his imprisonment for a good time, and I made multiple videos on it.
Okay. Did you say he should have been released?
No, I mostly laughed at it, to be honest.
Right. That's the point.
Now, where was I? Sorry, I lost my point.
You laughed at it. He was a political dissident. He was an American that had an opinion.
Dude, I'm sorry. If you're live tweeting, you're fleeing the country. That's funny because it's stupid. That's the reason I was laughing.
If you're passing,
wait. I'm sorry. Let me ask you a question. If let's say that there was a cop that was like, "Dylan, I'm going to arrest you for smoking pot," you probably disagree with that. You disagree with the idea of me being arrested for smoking pot. Yep. But if I proceeded to pull down my pants on my underwear, put my thumb in my mouth, and try to run away, and I fall on my ass, you'd laugh.
Well, how about this? Let's go even further. Let's say they put you in the back of the police car and you kicked the door open and you got out, and then they kept telling you to settle down and you wouldn't, and they put their knee on your neck. Would I laugh then too?
I don't think it's as funny of an image.
Well, it's funny because the same type of people that said there's no laughing matter what happened to George Floyd, who tried to pass fake money.
You asked me another question. I'm sorry. Can we get back to that fucking question?
The point I'm trying to make is...
You can get into why I'm an asshole afterwards. Can we get into the point back? Because
the point I'm making is
I'm forgetting because I had things to say and I'm forgetting.
Okay, the point I'm making is the direct comparison is as follows. That you could say that he took stupid actions, therefore, he was locked up as an American for political dissidence instead of just leaving him out of the country. I think that he may have done stupid things like criminals may have done stupid things many times over. But I don't laugh at them if they're mistreated by police, or if they're locked up unjustly, or if they end up dying as a result of police corruption or a judicial system corruption. No, I wouldn't laugh. If you were killed because you were reporting on Russia, and let's say you're in an area in Ukraine that gets overtaken by Russians, and you're reporting against Russians, and they politely tell you once, dude, Dylan, we know where you're at, leave, and you don't, and then they detain you and kill you as you're doing a live stream, I wouldn't fucking laugh at all. I would say Dylan was a very brave person. Maybe it wasn't the smartest thing to keep streaming, but it's terrible that Russia did this. I think he was a good person that was doing what his heart felt.
Yeah,
so I'm sorry that you laughed.
What? Okay, so back to me laughing. I'm laughing because this is somebody who I think is a horrible fucking person who has treated the Ukrainian people with the utmost disrespect. And from my perspective, I am a foreigner who came into the country not long after he did. And so when we talk about both of our experiences in the country, it's very different from like he stayed in his apartment the whole time while I actually went across the fucking country and talked to people. But when I look into the faces of all these people scarred by this war, scarred by this pain, scarred by this awfulness. I went to Bucha. I visited the Bucha mass grave that he said that the Ukrainians did themselves. And I see all of this. And I imagine these people who have welcomed me with open arms and saying that they should be bombed and fucking denying the horrible awful things that have happened to them and doing all that after going into the country as a guest, and using his position in the country as a guest to leverage it, to go on all these shows and spread propaganda directly from the Russian government again and again and again, even after he was told to stop. And then when he's told to leave and he's arrested and put on bail, he does a stupid thing in fleeing. And yes, I laughed. I laughed because he was a terrible person who fled in a really stupid way. The same way that I would laugh if my
George Floyd.
That way, if my neighbor who has done horrible things on the same issue of my lawn or whatever it might be, fucks up while doing that. If somebody's trying to fuck me over, and let's say they're trying to, I don't know, destroy my lawn, and they fall down and hit a rake or something, yeah, I'm gonna laugh. And I'm not saying, and by the way, again, when he died, I didn't laugh. I said it's awful he's dead. I even said I would be in support of even an investigation of sorts. I've said that, which is more than you'll get out of any American government official, by the way.
Of course.
And so
they're okay with it.
That this guy's a scumbag, and even I can still hold myself to that standard. But nobody is going to look at me and say, "Dylan, how dare you laugh?"
I will when you say he's like. I would say the same at the people that would laugh at the treatment of George Floyd. I don't give a shit in the grand scheme of things.
It's not compare. George Floyd wasn't told, "We caught you doing this. Go home." He was literally,
it was over. He was put in the back of the car. It was over. He kicked his way out. The situation's totally Floyd, of his making. That doesn't mean if the police
George Floyd was not told he can just go home.
He was detained. Okay.
Yes, he was detained. So it's the exact opposite.
Well, so your point is once he was so then why are you laughing because he was detained?
And by the way, and even the death is not comparable because again, we know the cop put his knee on his neck and then he died. We don't know of any police brutality that killed Gonzalo Lira. From his own writings, we know the dude had pneumonia. We knew the dude was well, I mean, he talked about some of his health problems. We know about his fucking his unvaccinated sperm bragging, so he was unvaccinated, that's for sure. He was, he was an older guy, his 50s going to 60s. I don't know that he was murdered by the government.
Look, the last thing I'll say about Lira specifically, when I'm talking about the Floyd thing is it seemed to be that your laughing was his stupidity in the situation that ultimately got him arrested. You could say that about many criminals that are mistreated by police all through the Western world, including the United States. And I don't think if the outcome was tragic or they were unjustly detained because of it, necessarily laughing's the best response. What I said was that you should have spoke up about the detention and how an American shouldn't be detained this way. He should have been deported. And you said, I did speak up. I mostly laughed. That's why I criticized you for that.
But
right.
At the end of my laughing, I would say, I hope he gets a fair trial. I hope that at the end of it, I was always at the end of my videos after I would laugh at him for being a prick. I would say at the end of the day, I think it'd be better if he was just kicked the fuck out of Ukraine. I'm trying to remember if I said
should have let him
those
go.
words exactly in any of those videos. But my position was never lock him up. But
okay, but you admitted that they did it to make an example of him. They had him at the border. They could have literally kicked his ass across the border. He was trying voluntarily at that point.
At that point, of course, but this would also happen in trial, where a trial, and this happens with court cases everywhere, you're made an offer at trial, you reject the offer, you go through trial, then you lose. You're like, hey, I love that offer you gave me before. No, the offer's gone. They offered him to lose. He committed to continued doing the thing, ignored the offer, and then was detained, and then was like, I like that offer, and then we were like, offer's gone now.
I don't think I think we should be condemning a country that locks up an American for being a political dissident because they wanted to make an example.
Stop saying a political dissident.
That's what he was.
Saying political dissident.
That's what he was.
He was a military propagandist.
He was
an independent military propagandist.
He was a political dissident, right?
What dissent did he give against Zelensky when it came to a matter of Ukrainian politics? Give me like a dissent that he gave.
I would say the fact that he was saying that it was okay for Russia to come in proved that he was against the politics of the country of Ukraine.
Okay,
including the Zelensky leadership.
When you say political dissent, when people think he's corrupt, that's like the critique, not bomb the country, conquer, the war crimes are fake.
Right.
If I ask you who David Irving is, nobody's gonna say he's like a historical dissident, or he's like, no, the people would be honest, like, oh yeah, he's a Holocaust denier. You would be honest about what he is, even if you could say he's a Holocaust denier, still shouldn't be put in prison or any consequences, but say what he is, like political dissident is putting flowers.
He was locked up for free speech that would be allowed in the United States in similar ways that Ward Churchill. Yes, it would
not be allowed in the United States.
Okay, then why was it Ward? No. I'm not going to leave you filibuster. I'm not going to leave you filibuster. What you're going to say is, if the United States was in the unique position Ukraine's in now, you said that they may take the same actions. I'm saying that the United States isn't in that unique position, and so that sort of speech is allowed in the United States. Disagree or no?
No, I don't think.
Thank you. So then I'm right that this speech would be allowed in the United States, and it has been allowed in recent examples where we could. Listen, I've been very generous. So I'm going to finish my point. It has been allowed post 9/11, where there were many people, some of who I met personally, that said the United States deserved 9/11. Fuck, I think even Hassan may have said that at some point. If I don't misremember, I don't recall him being locked up. And you could say, well, the situation's different; they're not being invaded. But the point is that sort of political dissidence is allowed to happen, and the fact that they wanted to make an example out of an American for what they saw as free speech that would be allowed in this country, and they said no, even though he's now trying to escape, instead of deporting him
in this country.
It doesn't matter.
In another country. He's in Ukraine.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. No. I'm going to finish my point. It does not matter if he was in Ukraine from the perspective of the United States and the United States. I'm not filibustering. You still talk way more than me. Right? So I'm going to finish my point because you interject every 15 seconds.
Can we get like a timer, chat?
Okay. You want to put a timer up? I'll put a timer up. It's not going to hurt me. It's going to hurt you.
I don't think a timer would work now.
Right. It's going to hurt you and not me because you've interjected way more.
Rob, also, you talk really fast.
Well, that's because I'm smart and I have a mastery of the English language. So keep up. So anyways, I'll finish my point, right? Where was I going with this? Like, the idea that he is being made an example of as an American is ludicrous. He should have been allowed to come back to the country. They chose to specifically make an example of him. And as Americans, we have the right to say not to our people. I care more about any American than the Ukrainian people, and the fact that they behaved in a way that was...
Really?
I care more about... Let me rephrase. I care about any lawful American.
What does that mean? Lawful to who? Lawful to American law?
The only example of Americans I wouldn't care more were like people that broke heinous laws. So, for example, a rapist. No, you can't get me on saying, oh, you would care more about an American rapist than people in Ukraine. No, not that. But I think that our government should look out for the American people first and foremost. And when there is just like with Brittany Griner, let me finish. Just like with Brittany Griner, who broke the law in Russia, it seems evident. But we say we find that law to be unjust in our country. That wouldn't be someone that we have that sort of detention for, and therefore we think they should come back. It might be different if an American murders someone in Ukraine or an American murders someone in Russia. You might say, of course, their judicial system is allowed to then enact justice in that case. But when it goes over the bounds of what we would do in our country, we have a right to say we want these people back. And we have a right to condemn the countries that not only refuse to give the people back, but detain them, especially if it ends up resulting in their death. Did you leave? Or
no, I'm still here. I was just making sure you're done. Okay. Man, I got the thing that gets me here is like I don't even on principle disagree that he probably should have just been kicked out. I agree with that, but the idea that this should at all impugn aid, I mean it for me it reeks of naivete because again, I know every other country would do this in their position if they wouldn't have gone harder, right? Or some version of this. Right? I can't think of any country engaged in like an over 2-year struggle for its national survival as the invading force is asking to destroy said country. That's their fundamental underlying principle to the ideology of why they're invading and wouldn't engage in a behavior that is similar. And so when I'm thinking about arranging American defense commitments, I'm not looking on the world from are they at a 0 to 100 freedom scale if we're going to have an alliance with them or if we're going to support them. I'm going to think what is to the benefit of the United States, what I think is generally ideologically consistent with what I believe, what I think is generally is not going to be creating more harm than good. And like if I went to the world saying I will only support the hardest of hardcore democracies who've hold to my 0 to 100 scale that I don't even hold my own country to, that my country could never meet the standard of, then I won't have any alliances. Then I won't have any friends on the world stage. And I think that when you look at the atrocities that the Russians are committing and compare their suppression to Ukrainian suppression, if I'm thinking that freedom and the freedom of Americans is of my concern, the Russians taking over all of Ukraine and then having a bunch of Americans now in Russian custody, knowing how Americans have been treated in Russian custody, that would be of concern to me too.
Well, wait. That's an interesting jumping off point because the other discussion we'd say we'd put a pin in and get back to was who's been more correct on Ukraine so far. So I have a point to go back further in time, but I'll start with what you just said there. Did you not tell me nigh on 2 years ago that the war was over, Ukraine had won, and Russia had already lost?
I said I said that Russia's original war goals were over.
That's not what you said. You said Russia lost.
Based on those standards.
Okay.
I don't think I said that Russia now cannot achieve anything, or Russia will now not take anything.
Then,
I wasn't saying that the Ukrainians would push them out of Crimea. I was saying that the goal of the Russians having a quick special military operation to take over the whole country, take Kiev, that had lost. And I will say, and I'll give you this, this position might change depending on how the Americans respond in the next few months, that my position also was that they're not going to take Kiev. Because my position was they wanted to overthrow the entire government. That's how they acted.
Okay,
and so they had failed on that front. And so my point was, now they've lost that. Now it's a question of, will we be able to achieve, like, getting back, stopping them from achieving whatever they want to achieve now. I don't remember. I got to go back and watch the conversation. It's been 2 fucking years. But at least that was how I felt at the time.
Okay, so then we debate again. Right, we're on a panel, and this was maybe a year ago. And I say, Dylan, it's interesting you're saying this. You told me Russia already lost. And you said, you kind of said what you said there. You said, well, when I said lost, I meant their original goals where they were just going to wipe through Ukraine and take Kiev. And I don't think they'd do that now. That's what I meant by saying Russia already lost. That doesn't mean that they can't keep... Please, let me finish. Then you can explain. Let me finish what I'm recounting what you said to me. If you want to explain, that's fine afterwards. You said, so what I meant was they couldn't take over all of Ukraine. They wouldn't do that. But they still could, at this point, withhold the areas of Ukraine that they've already taken and perhaps get some more. But they have zero chance to do things like go into Europe. That's what you said. You said that's clearly, or further west into Europe. And so now you just said, when saying of justification for giving aid, it's better than not sending this aid and them taking over the whole of Ukraine. So which is it? Are you now saying that there is a potential that, in fact, Russia hasn't lost, that they will take over all of Ukraine?
So when I talk about World War II and let's say 1944, right? If you were an American general, you're probably feeling pretty good, right? You know, invasion of Italy's going good enough. Mussolini's not going, doing pretty bad. And if you were to make a prediction then, looking at what's happening, saying, you know what? I don't think the Nazis are going to be able to take back this territory that they had. I don't think they're going to be able to take Egypt. I don't think they're going to be able to do that because they failed on all these different fronts. Now, if what happens following that is America decides, you know what, we're isolationists again, we quit, we're kicking out of the war. You know what, we're pulling back, we're not going to give any assistance anymore. You know what, we're World War II, fuck this shit. Then obviously that calculus would have to change. I made calculus on the idea of the Russians not being able to creep anywhere else based on the idea that American officials would be smart enough and American politics would be smart enough to see that stopping the Russians in Ukraine stops them from going anywhere else. But
I don't believe you. And I'll tell you why.
Didn't even let me finish my point.
Oh, go ahead. You finish. I thought you were... Go ahead, please.
And if American defense officials, or the American defense community or America decides no more support for Ukraine, and if Europe was to then be stuck alone sending them support, I still don't think it would be easy for Putin to keep pushing, but I do think that the possibility now arises itself much more if we don't make those decisions.
Okay, I don't believe you, and this is why. Because the context of me asking those questions both times was in context of me making the argument that there seems to be a conflict in the narrative regarding Ukraine aid here in the United States. On one hand, we're told, look, Ukraine desperately needs this money. We need to fight them over there so we don't fight them over there. Here, Putin will storm through Ukraine and win if we don't send this money. Right? Then when someone asks the question, but wait a minute, how do we make sure that it won't be an Afghanistan type situation where we send this money and we end up losing a bunch of the munitions and stuff that we sent because Russia comes through and wins. And so a bunch of the munitions and things we sent, Russia will end up winning. They say, maybe we should have a peaceful resolution because it looks like Ukraine's going to lose this. Then the counter to that argument is Russia's getting their ass kicked. Russia's not going to win. It's already over. It's all over but the crime. That's the context of which I was asking you. I said, why should we send more money? Like, we're worried that Russia's going to win anyways. And you said, no, Russia's already lost. In both times, let me finish. In both times, the context of you saying, no, Russia's already lost, or here's my prediction that Russia won't be able to get to Kiev, both was in the context of a conversation of whether or not the U.S. should send more aid. You did not say, well, if the United States doesn't send aid, then that changes the calculus and maybe Russia wins. You said in direct response to these questions about sending U.S. aid, don't worry about that, Russia's already lost. Or don't worry about that, when I said Russia lost, that meant that I was saying they would never be able to take Kiev or go into Poland or go into anywhere in Eastern Europe. Maybe they could get into Moldova, but they're not going to be able to take over all of Ukraine. So I don't believe you now that you're making a third answer, which is saying, well, if we stop sending aid, now all of a sudden they might be able to take over all of Ukraine. I don't believe you based on the two previous answers that you've given.
Okay, can you make that a lot shorter so I can understand it?
Yeah, I said, hey, should we send this aid? It might not help anyways. Russia might win, and then they'll end up getting these munitions. You said, no, Russia's already won. Then a year later, I debate you and say, Dylan, you said Russia already won, so why should we worry? Russia already lost, I mean, is what you said. So why should we send this aid? And you said, well, when I say Russia already lost, what I mean is that they won't be able to take Kyiv, but they could, still hold on to some of the territories we have. Now you're saying, actually, when I said Russia already lost, that was only if the United States keeps sending money. But you wouldn't have said previously to me directly asking you, why should we send money if Russia already lost? You didn't say, oh, no, Russia didn't already lose. They would win if we stopped sending money. That seems to be the argument you're saying is possible now.
Okay. If you would have asked for further clarification, if you would have asked me a year ago, if the West ends all of its support for Ukraine, ammunition, everything, could that make it more likely for the Russians to keep pushing into other countries or push further into Ukraine or possibly take Kiev? In that scenario, which I would say would be basically impossible, and what I would have thought would have been very, very hard at the very least at the time to convince the United States, the Republican Party at the time, which is much more pro-Ukraine, or the Europeans to do, then I said, oh, in that scenario, yeah, it would be much more likely that they push there. But I didn't think that the West was going to take that decision. And at the very least, at the moment, we're still rolling the dice about whether they're going to take that decision or not. And we're going to find that out in the next few months if they're going to take that decision to send the aid. But my position was never that right now we're in the time span where Ukraine could never in a million years, dependent on no conditions changing, ever lose more territory or go up to Kiev. My position was, right now the Russians are in a fucking horrible spot. They can't take over all of Ukraine. Their original goals are not attainable. And I still believe that their goals are out of reach, depending upon us not taking really stupid decisions, which some people want us to take, but I disagree with them.
I don't believe you in the context of the conversation we had. It sounds like, this is what it sounds like to me. And you can
you know what we can just do, honestly, Danabo? Danabo says he's gonna. Oh, sorry, it's all Danabo. Rob, we'll have Danabo or somebody dig up the clip and we'll watch it, because right now, honestly, having you trying to explain it back to me, I'm more confused than anything.
Okay, let me say if this is what happened, right? I'm like, I don't think we should send aid because they've already won, right, Dylan? And you say, oh, when I say they've already won or Russia's already lost, what I mean is they can't get. I think at that point, in response.
Can I explain my? By the way, you don't even believe that. Can I explain what I meant by that? When I was looking about why Russia invaded, I looked at their original intentions. They say they want to stop the expansion of NATO. Well, I think you and me would both agree that they failed to stop the expansion of NATO because now Sweden's on the pathway to NATO membership, and Finland doubled NATO's border with Russia. And Finland is a pretty strong military power relative to the region, and so will Sweden. They will be net. You call them net security producers than consumers. Nations like Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, they're net security consumers, but they're producers. And so I would say on that front, they lost. On the front of regime change, which is how I communicate denazification, at least that's what I think it meant in actuality, I thought that they failed on that front. When it came to protecting the eastern region Russian speakers, which I saw as taking over all the territories that are Russian speaking heavily, they had failed on that front. And all these different fronts for the special quick military operation, they had failed. And certain of these goals, for example, like stopping NATO expansion, if you believe that that was their goal, even if it was partial, they had failed to a level that could not be recovered. Because you can't reverse Finnish NATO membership. You can't reverse Swedish NATO membership. They're going to join very soon, and the Hungarians have already agreed to it. So I would.
I just, this sounds like what you're doing is you're talking out your ass. You give an answer and then it doesn't go the way you thought. So then you adjust your answer somewhat and then it doesn't go the way you thought. And then you change your answer again. That's what it sounds like. For example, I don't even remember what the circumstance was of the debate, the first conversation we had about this.
By the way, if I truly thought the Russians lost, I'm sorry, but if I truly thought the Russians had lost, that would mean I believed that the Ukrainians completely lost. We're gonna take back Crimea. It was just around the corner. The Russians were gonna be completely expelled. There was nothing they could do. I never, ever, ever have been in the position that I think they're most likely gonna take back Crimea. I can hope all I want, but I think the odds are still against them in that sector, and they're gonna have to work really hard to achieve that. I've never held that position.
Okay, so I just don't believe in the greater context of what you're trying to make nuanced things now. But think about what you're trying to say. So the first time you say Russia's already lost, you're trying to tell me, oh, what I meant was Russia's already lost because their ultimate goal was to stop NATO expansion and things like that.
By their own standards.
Please.
By the way, this isn't like an elaborate plot.
Please, I've been very patient with you. Please, right?
I'm being patient with you too.
Right, I don't interrupt you near what you do to me. Not even close. So please let me finish my point. I don't believe that that's all you were talking about. You may have been talking about that in part, but I don't believe that's all you were talking about because I don't believe what you're really trying to say is, oh, Russia's already lost because NATO expansion is going to happen no matter what now, but they might take over all of Ukraine. They might. I don't believe that's what you meant when you said Russia's already lost. Then when you clarified that, so please let me finish.
Not saying that.
Please, then let me finish. Then the second time when you said, I said, Dylan, you said Russia already lost. You said, what I meant by that was this. I meant that they wouldn't be able to achieve their goals of getting into areas like Kiev. And they, maybe they're not going to be able to get into Eastern Europe. They might be able to get in Moldova, but they won't be. I don't believe what you really meant was, oh, what I'm saying is, of course they could take Kiev. Of course they could take all of Ukraine, but I'm just talking about they lost because of Russian expansion or because of NATO expansion. In fact, I think that proves almost the exact opposite. When you go into details, this is exactly what I meant when I said Russia will lose, and you start to talk about they can't take Kiev, and now you're trying to say, well, what I really meant was, of course they could take Kiev, but they didn't stop NATO expansion. I don't believe you. I don't believe you at all that that's what you meant.
Okay, can I talk?
Yes.
Okay. So, I was of the position that the United States would not at any point just completely cut Ukraine and leave them out to dry. I thought it would be stupid for them to make that decision. I didn't think the Republican or Democratic Party would ultimately let that be the case. And I still don't think that will be the case. I think once this is all said and done, I don't know what you believe about it, but I think that something will end up being sent over to the Ukrainians. What that something will be, what Mike Johnson will ultimately agree to. He wants Israel aid. Biden is willing to veto Israel aid, as we've now found out. That's something he cannot get around, definitely as an evangelical. So I think something's going to be sent over. And as long as something is being sent over, and as we keep a steady stream to at least keep them in the fight, then I don't think that those original goals are achievable. I think that it could drag it out for a very long time and get a lot of people killed if we don't send them what is necessary to win, but I don't think that that is achievable. And I still, as long as we keep this track in what we both agree is the most likely scenario, does end up to pass, then I stand by that position. But if what I thought was a very unlikely scenario, which is we abandon all of our security interests in Ukraine, we abandon the commitments we made in the 90s, we abandon the Ukrainian people after saying very solidly we would stand with them, which would be destructive to our deterrence, which even Mike Johnson has to admit, even if it's not a political priority for him at the moment. And so I don't think they will make that decision. But if they did, then yes, my calculus would change because they would make a decision I did not predict.
Okay, so there's no sense beating a dead horse. I'll just say maybe my recollection's incorrect, but I thought in at least one, but I think both of those, my point was, well, if they've already lost, why keep sending the money? And it seems like if this is your opinion, you would have said right at that point, whoa, if we stop sending the money, then these goals could be achieved. So I'm sorry, to me it sounds like it's post hoc changing of the situation, but I don't know how
Okay,
much.
can we how about this? We'll have Danabo find the clip and we can revisit it at a later date.
That's perfectly fine. Just a couple more questions because I do have to get to bed at somewhat of a reasonable
No,
hour.
I have to get to bed too.
So just a couple more questions. Do you still stand by your specific claim that regardless, they would not be able to get into to Eastern Europe countries like Poland, NATO countries?
I think the odds are very, very against it because I don't know. What are you in IR? Are you a realist? Are you a liberal international? I don't know if you care about IR at all. I have no clue.
What am I in what?
In IR, like, are you a realist, liberal international? I don't know if you study like international
Oh,
relations.
fuck, dude, I'm a redneck.
Okay, sorry. I don't know. But sorry, ask me the question again. You threw me off with the red
Right, like
comment.
you previously said maybe. I asked you specifically.
Oh yeah. But the reason why now Kenneth Waltz wrote about this in his like book that kind of like laid the foundations of neorealism. Now I'm not a neorealist, and there's other people have talked about this as well. But he is what they call a defensive neo-realist, what that means is he believes that nation states will power balance against larger states once they start to encroach upon them. And that therefore the states will unite once another state kind of threatens the area because they'll act that way out of self-preservation, out in favor of the ultimate goal, which is national survival. And so I think that the Poles and the Europeans, and I think this is being reflected in defense increases. Before the Russian invasion of Ukraine, 8 of NATO's 31 nation states met the 2% threshold. That number is now 18, and the number is going to increase to 20 over this year. So I'm seeing that shifting happening in my mind. And so I think because of that shifting and because of the NATO umbrella, that the Russians invading Poland is unlikely, even if they wanted to, and their intentions about that exactly are uncertain. I think if they had the opportunity to, they'd take it. It would be an ungodly opportunity. But I think that's the reason why Poland won't be invaded. Not necessarily a question of, but that depends on us taking certain actions that would balance against the Russians.
So I just want to be clear, but previously when you said maybe they could get into Moldova, but not Poland.
Moldova, I still believe. Yes.
Okay.
I still believe
what you meant, what you're saying is, well, as stands right now in this specific situation, yes, they could invade Poland. However, you intuit, even back then, that Poland would increase their military spending and NATO would increase their military spending and sort of coalesce around Poland to make, that's what you meant. It's not that, because it sounded to me like what you were saying was effectiveness of Russia's
You got it from my position right here. This is such a wild conversation because I'm trying to figure out what conversation you're talking about. I don't know what I said and what you're referencing to what I said.
Okay. I could be as plain as possible. I said, you think they can get into Europe? You said, no, maybe Moldova. I took that to mean we were having a conversation about the
I'm explaining why. I'm explaining why I don't think they would be able to.
I took that as a conversation that was in line with what we had been talking about, was that Russia's military was grossly overestimated and was far more ineffective than previously thought.
Oh, yes, I do. Yes, I stand by that, by the way. But also, the Russian army is advancing its production. They're improving as a military unit as the war advances. All armies do that. And my position is that if Europe decided, fuck the GDP spending increases, and America said, fuck Europe, we don't care, and they continue to make these advances and invest like 6 to 7% of their GDP into military spending, all of their gold reserves into it, and while in that situation, then I think the calculus would change. But I also think that situation is unlikely because Europe is taking the path that I would assume they would take in a scenario like this.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean that we couldn't take the steering wheel and guide us into like an iceberg if we wanted to. Like if Trump continues to say shit like, those nation states that don't pay this 2%, fuck them basically. The Russians can do whatever the hell they want with them. If those types of statements continue to be released by a potential head of state or the future head of state, and there's real uncertainty about a defense commitments, then I think that is a scenario where maybe they could talk about Estonia or Latvia and the Russian-speaking populations there that they think are being persecuted, where they could probe it. But when it comes to Poland, it would be a harder country to probe because they're much stronger than these much more likely weaker countries that they would probe at.
Okay, so I'll just say I did not get that from what you said previously. It did not sound like you were making.
Well, I didn't embed all that because that's a much longer sentence.
That might be true, but it sounded to me like you were intuiting that Russia's military was so ineffective and they have their hands full with Ukraine that it's been proven.
That's also part of it.
Okay, and I'll just say, given that, then you would admit that the narrative that, because you're admitting, regardless of your rationale for it, you're admitting that the idea that they'd be able to get into Poland is probably just bullshit. They probably can't, for whatever reasons you say. So when we have politicians back home saying, well we have to fight them over there, or what we
don't want us to do,
please. Rob. So when you have politicians back home right now saying, well, we have to fight them over there so we don't have to fight them in NATO countries, you would admit that's bullshit.
No.
Right. Okay, last question.
Wait. No, fuck off, Rob. That was dishonest. Poland isn't the only NATO country. I just laid out how the Russian president might probe in Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania. Those are NATO countries too, which much less funding into the defense sector, much smaller populations, so they couldn't defend themselves. And you want to know the forces we have there? We have like 1,500 soldiers in those countries. The reason they're there is to act as a tripwire. And so if we don't have an army there that could stop the Russians from advancing into Estonia, Latvia, or Lithuania, and there's a question about a defense commitment put in place by a president who's not favorable towards NATO, like Donald Trump saying, do whatever the hell you want. That's a scenario where maybe Vladimir Putin, nearing the end of his rope, the end of his legacy at the age of 70, thinking about his position, how he's going to become a Peter the Great type figure, might try to probe into NATO's deterrence and to see how real it is. Definitely if he thinks that from Trump's position, the relationship is more of a quid pro quo of, you pay this, we get that.
Sounds like a massive changing of what you said last time, but whatever. We'll go back to the tape.
I'm adding more words because we say like one or two sentences in a conversation from 2 years ago. I'm trying to remember, and now you're asking my position, and I'm giving you my position with much more words and trying to add eloquence.
Sure. Last question then, and it might lead to, I guess, more questions, but we should send this 60 billion. How much money will be enough? Give me a ballpark. How much longer do we have to continue to say billions? What do you think finally the tide will turn?
There's not a number I can give you. It's a war. It depends on when the Russians are willing to negotiate either on a fair basis with the Ukrainians or when the Russians lose. That would be my statement.
Okay, let me ask you this. Let's assume for the sake of argument that that's not coming anytime soon. Or let me put it this way, that Russia is vehemently against coming to the negotiating table, and so they'll drag it out as long as possible. Can you see a scenario where 5 years from now, this war is still dragging on and the United States continues to need to send billions of dollars?
Not at this intensity. I mean, the problem with continuing at this intensity is if you listen to Russian statistics, and of course these are Russian statistics, so you have to take them with a grain of salt. They say that they were producing like 200 to like 250 tanks a year. Now, that's a lot of tanks for a country, period. But when you're losing those many tanks trying to take one Donbass town, and you're losing, according to, I think it was Mers, the Russian mill blogger that killed himself after he published this data, 17,000 dead trying to take one Donbass town. That's more than the entire Russian losses for Afghanistan, right? Even if you keep shoveling your population to those, by the way, that doesn't even include injured. If your casualties, the Ukrainians say 47,000, but those Ukrainian numbers is probably somewhere in between. If you're taking those types of casualties, you can keep dumping people in it. The people will have less experience. The people will be more terrified as time goes on. The population feeling generally apolitical about the war and wanting more peace probably than war. If you were to poll the public, at least that's according to Russian statistics. Maybe he can centralize power. Maybe that's what part of killing Navalny is, to keep them in line. But you can't just propaganda more tanks. You can't just propaganda more artillery guns. You have to actually make those, right? You can't just kill somebody to make them all appear. And so if they burn vehicles at the rate that they're burning them now, they cannot sustain this war at current rates of conflict 5 years into the future. And so I can't guarantee you that 5 years from now, all fighting will cease. What I can tell you is that they cannot continue the rate of attacks and offensives 5 years from now at the loss rates that they're taking.
Okay.
So that's that's all I can't predict the future. That's as much information as I can give you.
So let's say that that's true. And 5 years from now, there's still some less intense conflict, but still conflict. You would vehemently argue against sending the equivalent amounts of money to Ukraine as we are now, right? So, for example, 5 years from now, if Zelensky says, well, we need $60 billion, you would say, oh, no, this conflict's far less intense. Of course, there's not as many tanks. And so that's what you would say.
It depends on the goal of the fighting. If our goal is to just stop the Russians from taking over Ukraine, then as the intensity decreases, and I mean all of Ukraine, that is, not the territories they currently occupy, then we could decrease the intensity. But I would argue that if the goal is to win, which I think should be, what we should try to do in any war, then we should give them the tools necessary. That might mean keeping the intensity, so as the Russians can't sustain it, the Ukrainians can.
What do you mean?
And through
win?
having better.
How do you define?
What do you mean win?
Yeah, that's what I mean. How would you define a win?
Define a win? Well, I would want the Russians to leave all of Ukraine, or negotiate with the Ukrainians at the table head to head and find a peace deal that they can both live with, exist with, so we don't go into another war 5 years down the road. Because what I'm scared of, and this is what I'm scared of, Rob, and this is why I want this all to be settled once we're down at the negotiating table, I don't want to have to go back to that country 10 years from now, filming the children of my friends fighting the same war again, right? So whatever deal that needs to be negotiated, it has to be just enough to allow peace to be possible. And with the current Russian demands, I don't think that type of peace would come about. Not to mention, if we don't build the security infrastructure that will stop a future Russian invasion, then we'll just be here right again in 10 years. And so that's why I would want them to be able to sit across the table and negotiate with the Ukrainians at the very least as an equal player. Because currently, all of the back channel negotiation offers, none of it, as far as I know, is, okay, we'll sit down with the Ukrainians and negotiate. It's all, we want to negotiate with the Americans. Americans make a deal with us. We'll tell them negotiate with the Ukrainians. Then they say no. They want to negotiate over the heads of the Ukrainians because the Ukrainians have different interests than the Americans do.
Okay, well, it sounds to me very similar to Afghanistan in that we're told, trust us, the money we're sending, it's tangible results, we're winning, victory's just around the corner. We're there for 20 years, we leave. Not only did we waste a ton of money, not only did the situation look worse for the Afghani people after we left after 20 years, but we actually armed the very people that we were trying to deal with, the Taliban.
Yes.
And so it
As
sounds,
of 9/11.
Right. And it sounds, I understand Ukraine's different because it's not protecting from like insurgency like the Taliban. That's different, right, than a actual invading military.
And insurgency is a very I
Right.
think the main difference would be is once the paper is signed, as long as the Russians abide by the deal. That's why it's part of the reason why I want Ukraine and NATO or some organization like that to make it so the Russians can't invade again, because it'd be such a big disincentive. Whatever deal is negotiated, the Ukrainians have the territory they have now. There's not going to be like a Taliban rebellion in the woods. In fact, I'm worried that if we negotiate a bad deal and we cut up Ukraine like we cut up Africa, that's the scenario where you create like a Taliban scenario where the people unhappy with the occupation or unhappy with their own government selling out their country fight the government. And it's not like Ukraine isn't full of bad and hardened people. Now, I talk to people. I've talked to a few people about this scenario, and none of them want that thing to happen because they feel the Russians would, of course, take advantage of the chaos. But I mean, if they've told me like if our country gets sold out, like obviously we would behave as if our country was sold out. Remember Euromaidan.
Okay, so I'll just say, when I say that I think it'll be like, or I'm worried it could be like Afghanistan, it's that we're giving these optimistic projection from people who have an incentive to keep sending this money in the United States arms industry and military industrial complex, and they keep telling us how optimistic it is that it's almost over and things are going to work out peacefully.
Are people saying that?
Of course.
I'm not. Well, let me be clear. I don't know of anybody right now that's saying this is going to end anytime soon. Let me be blunt. This is not ending anytime soon. This is not going to end this year. The soonest I could imagine it ever ending, I mean, maybe late next year. But again, I'm estimating into the future based on battle statistics and stuff that I don't know how it's going to go. Like I said, when you said the 5 years thing, I could, based on current trajectories and how the battles are going now, how loss ratios are now, with the high death toll around Avdiivka and the Russians pushing on Robotny and Kupiansk, that isn't sustainable for 5 years, but I also don't know how the war conditions are going to change. And so I'm not going to give you some flowery projection in the future because I don't know what the future will hold. It depends on our actions. If we give more assistance and more help, then I think it will probably be easier for the Ukrainians to find battlefield victories that set back the Russians, that might make them more eager to come to the negotiating table. If we hold back on aid, but the Ukrainians are steadfast in wanting to hold on to the territory, maybe this war will drag out much longer. At least that's the concerns that I have. But,
Okay.
I mean, I'm not a magic man.
All right, so the last thing, this isn't really debate or disagreeing with you, but I wanted to get your perspective on it because you hear things about casualty numbers on both sides. So I'm not going to say I'm going to agree with you, but I would like to hear your perspective. We hear here about things, and I don't know if this is true or not, that the Ukrainian military is desperate, that it is now drafting women, that the average age of a Ukrainian soldier is like 45. So two-part question. One, is that true, or is that sort of propaganda that we're hearing that doesn't tell the whole story? And secondly, if any level of that is true, you talked about it not being sustainable for Russia in the terms of tanks. Is it sustainable if casualties continue at the current level
Yes.
for Ukraine to continue fighting for multiple years?
This is one of the main things we need to supplement. This is part of the reason why I'm very in favor of sending American armored vehicles, because armored vehicles are much better than the BTR-1s, BTR-2s that are like tin cans out there. They're so, like, a lot of this thing I would tell people, when you see destroyed American equipment, obviously it's bad that it was destroyed, but something I've noticed is that the hatches on American equipment are much more likely to be open, which is a good indicator about the survivability of the crew. And of
Right,
course,
if
that
they're
isn't a
open,
hard-
that means someone got out.
Yeah, it isn't a hard science, but you get
Right,
the
I get
idea.
that. That makes sense,
Uh,
right?
And so I want to help them in a way that can supplement those shortfalls of the fact that they're a much smaller country with a smaller population fighting against the Russians. Now, when it comes to the recruitment stuff, it's somewhat true, but somewhat not true. The number I heard was 42, not 45. But what I was told, and when I looked at the demographics, it seemed to be borne out, is that when the Soviet Union collapsed, there was a big demographic drop across basically all post-Soviet states. Some countries, they then began to recover, I think nation states like Poland. But in Ukraine, the demographic drop, and in Russia, the demographic drop was very difficult, very hard on them. And so when the war started, what the Ukrainians have in exemptions are different than how we have exemptions or how we would have exemptions in a wartime scenario. Their exemptions are heavily focused on young people and stopping young people from going to war. Between the ages of 18 to 27 is the current exemption age range. They'll have a ton of exemptions for people in college, but they'll also have exemptions for people with kids. They'll have exemptions for all this other stuff that are primarily like younger people, young couples, stuff like that. And then once you pass the age of 25, that's when they recruit you. And the reason why is because of the demographic history of the country. Ukraine just doesn't have a ton of young people. And if they want to have their social services be able to be sustainable into the future, they're in a similar situation to Japan. They have a smaller young population, much older, larger old population. And that's why military recruitment has been heavily focused on people above the age of 27 into their 40s, and why Ukraine has a higher average soldier age of around 42 is because of that demographic history. Russia actually has somewhat similar policies, leading to them having a much higher age as well. It's like 37, 38. It's not 42, but it's also much higher than what we would have in the United States or any other usual advanced like Western democracy with a small professional army.
So given that you said that, you might make the argument then actually there'd be more reason for concern if the average age of the soldier dropped, because that would mean they had to lift those exemptions.
Yes, and they're talking about that right now. One of the things, but I mean, to some degree, because it's a question of concern about the long-term demographic history of a country versus concern about like the fighting capacity. Like the Zaluzhny and his ilk, before he's replaced with Syrskyi, they were asking for 509,000. That's how many more people they want to mobilize out of the country. The army is between the size of 800,000 to 900,000. So the Ukrainians are looking at it like, we need a winner's army. We need an army that can defend the country. The Russians, their next wave of mobilization for the Russians is very politically difficult. It's politically difficult for the Ukrainians too, but I'll explain the Russians first. It's politically difficult because if you check Putin's polling data, getting polling data in Russia is difficult for reasons I think are probably self-evident. But the only time the polling data in Russia showed a real hit for Putin was during the first wave of mobilization when he saw a 20-point drop in support. It was brutal. And then it recovered shortly after. But that mobilization shake probably had a real impact on Putin. It showed that, I think, and this is my position about the Russian public. The Russian public, they're like 20-25% that are rah, 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 war, war, war. And there's like 25% that are like war sucks, war sucks. And then a big chunk in the middle that are like, I'm keeping my head down. They might have some opinion a little bit one way, a little bit the other way, but generally apolitical. If he starts involving people directly in the war, though, that apoliticality is something that's going to hurt him more and more and more, because they don't care about the war until it directly affects them. And so recently in Russia, there has been like a small protest movement. Right now it's really small, of wives of soldiers wearing these like white headscarves, advocating for their mobilized men who were forced to go to the front. So these are like truck drivers that were forcefully mobilized. They didn't want to be in the war, to be brought home, or to at the very least be rotated out because they've been deployed for like 20 months. There's like a crazy amount of time. And so this is a political problem that isn't going anywhere soon for Putin, and something that he'll probably only address post the elections on February 15th to 17th, which, while not directly like gonna decide who's the, it's not exactly a democracy, he does at the very least
real
care.
quick. February? Didn't that already occur?
Sorry, March.
Okay,
Sorry.
okay.
March,
That's all right.
15th.
I don't
to
know
17th.
these dates, so I'm just trying to get it in my head. That's
Yeah,
all right.
March 15th to 17th.
Okay.
After that, he might start to address it. He might do something. But in the meantime, they've been engaging in this thing called silent mobilization. That means they start finding like little loopholes and things there and closing them up. But it also didn't help that once they started mobilization, a big swath of the Russian youth fled the country like crazy, going to Georgia, Kazakhstan. That's on top of the Western company exodus, which further strained the military population. That's the problem the Russians have that is going to rear its head worse and worse as the war goes on. The Ukrainians population is less apolitical. And this is an advantage they have, and I would say is one of the strongest advantages they have over the Russians, is that there was this polling data done by the Kiev Institute of Sociology. I'm telling you it so you can look it up, because the data, I didn't believe it when I read it. The data point was, and this is from I think a month or 2 months ago, if the West stopped all aid, that means everything, like tanks, shells, everything. Should Ukraine continue to fight the Russians? 66% of the population said yes.
Can you tell me the organization again? I will look it up.
The Kiev Institute of Sociology.
Okay, I'll look at it, yeah.
The reason why I love them too, because there's no Western like polling data on this, because every time I look up like Ukraine polling and I want to look at the public, it's always Americans polling on their thoughts of the war, and that's why I went out of my way to go see. I need polling on the Ukrainian population. The Kiev Institute of Sociology regularly does polls. They also have shown that Zelensky's favorability has fallen dramatically since the start of the war, from like 80, I think it was 88% to 62%. Zaluzhny, the guy who was recently fired, he had like 88% trustworthiness, which is part of the reason why people speculate about political conflict. They do a lot of really interesting polling data. I would suggest looking them up. Okay. But that is an advantage that they have. And so in Ukraine, the political questions around mobilization are, yes, lowering the age from 27 to 25. That's one thing they're negotiating, whether they're going to just bring it down that much. And mobilizing women with medical backgrounds specifically. So when I say women, it's not all women. Let's say you were like a nurse of some sort and you have like some certain medical training. Then between the ages of, I think, 18 to 60, you could be mobilized by the Ukrainian armed forces to act as a medic in some like surgery place doing like medical treatment. So this isn't I just wanted to add that context, because that seems to indicate that these are not going to be stormtroopers that they're sending to the front. These are going to be women acting as medics, which has been historically the standard in Europe forever. Back to World War I, back to World War II. I think some people were like, treating it like it was going to be like Chairman Mao's army of just men and women. Their women can apply and women do fight, but even the women that are in the armed forces, they have to from my experience, they have to really ask to go to the front, because the Ukraine has certain traditions about gender,
Yeah, as they should. But I'll just say, I'm not agreeing or disagreeing with you. I think it's important, though, to try to get as much information as possible, because I know enough to know I don't know. So when I hear, there are people interested in pushing both sides, right? And so when I hear these stories of holy shit, they're grabbing women out of homes and they're throwing them to the front lines.
I'll give you the interesting debate. This is the interesting debate, because now it's a question of how does Ukraine fight the war? Because if Ukraine wants a quick victory breakthrough, then it wants to make a big army as soon as possible, get them ready, and then push through. But if the strategy is to be like a hedgehog, right? and have the Russians slowly bleed out its population, like a Vietnam-style scenario, which I think there is a decent chance at this point, and I've been thinking about this for a while, that they're going to probably go somewhat in that direction at the very least. I think the withdrawal from Avdiivka somewhat indicates that. And it seems from General Syrskyi's statements, they're at least treating this year as an active defense. That's at least the public statements. If that's the case, then it's not just a question about greatly increasing your army size. It's a question about long-term sustainability. And this is a question that Zelensky has been bringing up. It's a question of what is politically sustainable, what is the rate of fire that the Ukrainian public, even with their diligence to resist, every public could be pushed too far. So how much do they mobilize? And so it's a debate if they're going to mobilize like 300,000 to 500,000, because it's a question of what's sustainable. What amount of people could you take out of the economy that would keep the businesses still flowing? Because a lot of businesses have protested the new mobilization law, saying that it would affect, the workforce and affect stuff like that. So it's a political debate of there's going to be mobilization in Ukraine. It's a question of how much they're going to mobilize. If it's going to be what the army asked for, like 500,000, or if it's going to be something that might be politically easier and smaller, like 300,000 or something around that.
Yeah, I guess just in general, what I'm trying to get at or thinking about is, if it does drag on at similar casualty levels for Ukraine, and that's another question, because you hear differing levels of what the casualty level of Russia is versus the casualty level of Ukraine. But whatever that number is, if it continued,
can I give you a piece of data that I think would be useful, because it's a piece of data that's pretty impossible to fake. Remember the Jack Textera leaks?
Yes, that were bullshit, right? The ones that Tucker
did. The Tucker ones were bullshit. Yeah,
it
but
looked like they were
Tucker
faked.
Ones.
They were
very clearly fake. He said it was 7-1 for every one Russian soldier that dies, 7 Ukrainian soldiers die. If that was a death toll, the war would be over.
Right. That seemed pretty. I think it's undebatable that more Russians have died than Ukrainians.
But that was a Photoshop version. There was a real version of the Jack Textera leaks that showed the actual casualty death ratio. And the ratio was for every one Ukrainian soldier that dies, 2.5 Russian soldiers die. Now, that was the statistic then. Obviously, the war has changed then. Sure. Drones have been implemented. What seems to be the strategy of the Ukrainian government, and I don't know if you saw this, but they made an entire drone force. Like, how there's Space Force, and they made a department for it, and they did that with the Air Force. They did it with all these different branches. They've made an entire branch just for the drones. Which they're not the first country to look in the drone warfare, but this is going to be the first time something like this has ever been done in a warfare scenario. We're at the cutting edge of warfare technology here. And it seems that part of the idea is to lean more into these types of munitions, try to rely on less infantry v infantry combat like they had in Bakhmut. It's part of the reason they pulled out of Avdiivka, to make the Russians force them to go over these wide open fields in their armored vehicles, to be taken out by to have these $5 to $10 to $20 million tanks taken out by these $600 FPV drones, while they sit in positions further back and try to hold them off from a defensive position, from which in this war has been shown to produce much higher casualties on the enemy. And so it seems to me that they're leaning more towards the idea of technological development and the increasing of military professionalism, leaning towards their army, trying to get much higher KD ratios, basically, on the Russians and bleeding them dry. At least for 2024, that's the strategy.
Would your prediction be that casualty rate, would you say it was 1 Ukrainian for every 2.5 Russians?
That was the Jack Textera leaks. Now, that was from, how long ago was that? I don't know,
over a year.
Yeah, so obviously that's old data, but that's the reason I like that data point is because it's impossible to fake that, because it's from a leak, and it's
they could have been wrong, but yeah,
it could have been wrong, but I doubt it's wrong.
But the question I have is, you're guessing that numbers probably became even more favorable to Ukraine because of the employment of drones?
I honestly don't know. It depends. Well, it depends on a lot. For example, the Russian attack on Avdiivka, the death ratio and the equipment loss ratio, horribly disproportionate for them. But there's also been a lot of other battles since. It's impossible for me to really know for sure. But I do know the Ukrainians are killing more Russians than Ukrainians, and I also know that if they had more ammunition, they would make that death toll much, much higher. Okay. When I was embedded with Ukrainian artillerymen, they were talking to me about experiences of knowing where the Russians are. They could fire at the Russians. They just can't because they don't have the ammunition. And so they just see them there, and they just wait, and they just wait, and they just wait, and then maybe they'd be approved 2 or 3 artillery shells to fire at them. And we're getting reports right now like attacks on Kupiansk, especially. They're trying to do a big coordinated attack over there right now. I'd say to keep an eye on it. There was one artillery team talking about we needed 10 shells to stop this attack. We needed them. We were only given 5. We used 5. The attack went through. We killed as many as we could, and we pulled back. Like that. Those types of interactions, I think that if we really put our foot on the pedal, we could really improve their negotiating position.
So do you have like if casualties would obviously I'm not asking you to have specific numbers or anything like that, but
yeah, because we're working off of numbers we don't know. And then we have to give estimates for numbers that we don't also know would be the number to break them.
So if you just had to take a guess, and I'm not holding this to you to like you have to be specific or anything like that, how long do you think reasonably Ukraine would be able to hold out at these current casualty levels? Could they hold out for 5 years? Could they hold out for 10 years if the casualty
current casualty levels?
Right.
So that assumes that God. So I mean so you're saying we just keep the casualty numbers where they are,
right? Because obviously
if they go through, if they go through with the mass mobilization that that Zaluzhny wanted, then I think they could last 5 years.
Okay.
If they went through a smaller mobilization and they didn't do the improvements that they're trying to make, and the Russians, I don't know, they fuck up more, then obviously that would change. But it would again, it depends on how far the Ukrainian public is willing to go if we keep current data. But I don't think current data is going to hold. I think it's as the war changes, the numbers change. Like right now, Russian casualties are much higher than Ukrainian, much higher than 1 to 2.5, I think, because the Russians are attacking everywhere, and the Russians are taking high casualties fucking everywhere. So right now it could, I don't want to guess, but it could be like 1.4, 1 to 4, 1 to 5. It could be something near that because of how the fucking Russians said that from their mill bloggers that in Avdiivka the losses was 17,000 dead, and they said in best case scenario 5 to 7,000 Ukrainian. And so if they do that in one small Donbass town, and they have to repeat that in the next one, and then the next one, and then the next one, and that's the Ukrainian strategy, then I think that being in the defender's position, that changes the calculus. For example, that death data included Ukrainian counteroffensives, attacks, and stuff like that. If the Ukrainians get the idea that, you know what, we're just going to make you have to grind this out, then obviously that would also change it. So changes in strategy, I think, will have a significant impact. That's why I was very relieved to hear Syrskyi say active defense, because Syrskyi has a reputation.
Well, and clear, I can't agree with anything you've said in that I don't know. I'm listening to your take on it. I'm not saying you're wrong, but that's one thing I can absolutely agree with you. We both agree that the numbers aren't going to stay the same no matter what. But when I ask that question, what I'm trying to get a feeling for is, you have to understand, I don't know if you lose sight of this, maybe you know it even more because you went over there. I don't know shit about the country as far as population size, how many fighting age men are there, how many fighting age men have fled, how many are still yet to be mobilized. I don't know about that. So
there is some data on this. I forget the exact numbers, but they flee to Moldova and Romania. Those are like the 2 countries they flee to. Mm-hmm. There's like Telegram channels where you can pay like $3,000 to $5,000, and they'll give you like, this is the point you jump over, this is the time you jump over because the guards are not there. There's a question of corruption of people in the police force, exploiting that information in order to help like the rich and wealthier people who want to leave get out. What else is it? I'm trying to.
But that's why I'm asking the question, because I don't think me or probably anyone else listening has any clue. If this war would drag out in the same way, I'm not saying it will drag out in the same way. I'm just saying to get an idea of how many people are left or how much attrition has occurred. How long could it continue at current rates? I'm not suggesting it will continue at current rates. It's just that's what I'm trying to get an idea for. And so I
think come around 2025, 2020 or late 2025, it's hard to imagine the Russians would be able to keep up this pace of combat for that long. This is the stuff that I hate predicting. And of course I'm saying this rate of combat. So I'm saying Avdiivka combat. I'm not saying offensive. Okay, we're going to pause for this 6-7 months. Okay, offensive. It's hard to also estimate the Russian public, and I don't know how much they're willing to put up with. And I'm not going to make any estimations based off of the Russian public. And this is probably one of the biggest question marks I would say for my own analysis and for other people, is that we're dealing with casualty numbers that are fucking insane here, right? When we realize Avdiivka, they lost more people in Avdiivka than in 10 years in Afghanistan. That is an insane thing. Could you imagine if Joe Biden came on TV and said, We just lost 17,000 Americans, injured 30,000 more for a town of 10 to 20,000 people
Yeah.
in a country of 44 million. I mean, it'd be political death immediately. Trump would be king, okay? They'd elect Trump king. But for Putin, they make it a political victory because they have control on the information space. And living under that type of totalitarian system, it's hard for me to know what the people know, what they believe. And a lot of it is the government just spreading so much nonsense. So you can't can't make up for down. You don't know what's real. You don't know what's not. So you kind of throw up your hands in frustration. And I think that's what inspires a lot of the apoliticalness in Russian culture. And it's impossible for me to gauge when will be too much. But eventually, after 10 years in Afghanistan, it did start to add up into pressure. So I just don't know if, because Ukraine is, at least in the Russian psyche, closer to them than Afghanistan, and with, the totalitarian control on the Russian society right now, I don't know how far the Russian public is willing to allow itself to be pushed.
Okay, so just two more quick questions, and I'd like to be out by 12:30. So,
I hope that was enlightening in some way.
No, I'm not saying I agree with you, but I don't get the chance to listen to people make the case you're making. So I want to take advantage of at least hearing it, because I think that I understand that there are people. It's difficult to know what's true when you're not there, particularly in a war situation, particularly when it's halfway across the world. And multiple sides have an interest in bullshitting you and giving you their propaganda. So it's important, as far as I'm concerned, to try to do your best to sift through it and listen. It doesn't change my calculus at this point that I don't think the United States should be funding or be involved, but I do think it's important. And I do, regardless of what people think, I have no love for Putin, and I hope Ukraine wins today. I wish it would end today and Ukraine would win and Russia would leave their tail between their legs. But the two quick questions I have are, would you say that if, for whatever reason, there is a manpower issue in Ukraine, you would stop short of sending U.S. boots on the ground in Ukraine?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, so you wouldn't advocate for
I mean,
that?
there's a scenario, for example, if there's a scenario, like, let's say the Russians just drop like a nuke on Kiev, right? Now, we're talking about like...
that's different, yeah, obviously.
We're talking about a scenario where if we normalize that could be disastrous for warfare, and then maybe my calculus might change. It would depend on the scenario, because we'd be completely uncharted territory. But in most scenarios, no. Not until they are part of NATO.
Okay, and then the other question is it fair to say, and you might disagree with this, that you would agree that if this $60 billion aid package is passed, that won't be the end? That eventually
they'll probably want more, yeah, eventually.
Okay.
And
how long do you think that $60 billion would last them reasonably?
I mean, the plan is for it to last them until early into Trump's presidency if he wins. I'm just trying to be hopeful for you.
I don't think he'll win, but that's okay. You mean Newsom's presidency? Or
early into Adam Schiff's presidency.
Oh,
yes.
God help us. But all right, yeah. I mean, I think that's.
Can I just say one more thing? And I want to get this point home to people. Whatever deal is eventually negotiated, or whatever happens at the end of this, I want to make sure that we don't make the same mistake we made when we left Afghanistan, and not including the Afghan government involved in talks. The Afghan government had to deal with the Afghan government was probably not going to survive. I wanted it to survive. Many other people wanted it to survive because we could see that the Taliban is horribly brutal, but it did not survive. If this is a negotiated settlement, that will probably mean that whatever Ukrainian government is here, the Ukrainian people, they'll still survive. And I want to make sure that when their country is built, or whatever is made, that they at least are there at the table signing and having a say. Because once you start carving up these countries and you don't include the people there, there's a certain, not only scumminess that I think is involved in it, but there's also a problem of just keeping the country stable. Because if we think the deal's good, and the Russians think the deal is good, and the Ukrainians don't think the deal is good, 20 years of guerrilla war isn't much better than 2 more or 3 more years of traditional warfare. And so I don't want a scenario like that. And that's something that does somewhat concerns me if we start acting like this is... it's the 1900s again, and this is Central Africa, and we just start carving stuff up. The second thing I would like to say is that when negotiating with the Russians, all Russian experts will have to admit that they respect strength, they respect power, they respect the barrel of a gun. And as much as I curl at many of the thoughts of the things that are happening over there, it's horrific. at the end of the day, the Ukrainians will have more leverage if they have more power behind them. And so if the plan is to negotiate, if that's your position or someone else's position, then I would at least want that position to be moderated too. We send them the aid up into the negotiating table to give them assistance and leverage in talks after they made such a sacrifice at our request to give up their nuclear arsenal. I mean, we gave that up. They gave it up based on the principle that after we told them we'd make them an international pariah if they didn't, and then they gave it to the Russians, and then they used many of those same rockets to hit them. It feels like the least we could do to be a somewhat credible actor on the world stage if I wanted to take your position. That would at least be my advice to you.
Well, I think we should have done that when I think Ukraine was in a stronger negotiating point after the initial press by Russia that was beat back. I think that would have been the best time to have negotiations. But I will say I definitely agree with you in the first part. My concern is that at the end of the day, in both of our eyes, I think this is true, that we actually give a shit about Ukrainian people. And my concern is that no matter how this ends, because it will eventually end, like even if you say we can get this 60 billion passed and maybe again and again and again, eventually the political will in the United States will be gone. There'll be some other situation. And what I don't want to see is what happened to the people of Afghanistan as well, where they are basically left high and dry. And many of Go ahead.
I will say, and I don't mean to interrupt you, but that I will say there's a few things that give me hope. The first thing is we've supported rebel efforts or like defense efforts for years and years and years, endlessly to success before. In fact, Afghanistan, we could stay there and just go back to the Mujahideen. And public support against it never rose to the point where we had to stop it. And when it comes to Ukraine, this isn't a Central Asian country that we're invading because we don't like the harboring of terrorists. We weren't invading there for, deep strategic reasons. I mean, you can make an argument about boxing in China, but that's a lot of assumption and intentions. Where Ukraine is right next to our largest export market, our main defensive partners, the countries that actually went with us into Afghanistan and came to us when we triggered Article 5 after 9/11. And so I think that there is a defense interest in us trying to support Ukraine when their security interests are in peril, especially if we're going to ask them to consider our defense interests over countries like Taiwan or other countries or anything else, definitely since they lean more towards we like to trade with China side. And so I think, based on the top of a bunch of other reasons I think the United States is in, that I'm hoping that we can keep support enough, at least up until the negotiating table and hopefully afterwards, when it comes to helping at least somewhat with the rebuilding that process and including them in the future security network to stop another invasion.
Well, I could give reasons why I think the situation is different, including domestic situations back home, economic situation, etc. But the proof's in the pudding. I mean, there wasn't credible opposition from basically a Speaker of the House to give aid in any of the years of the Afghanistan situation that I'm aware of. And the aid that was being given in Afghanistan wasn't near the chunk of money at a time that we're seeing in Ukraine. So I think that the mere fact that we could already see that it is a politically viable position for the Speaker of the House to be like, we don't even want to bring this to the table, shows that there is...
Be clear, though. His position is he doesn't want to have a vote on it, not that he doesn't want to send aid. He wants to send aid, but he wants to do it in order to get another political achievement as well. But he's also, in principle, when asked, in support of aid. He can't principally take a position against it. And the majority of the American public, 74%, still think that that Ukraine is a national security interest of the United States. And 59% still think personally that we should continue to support them.
We'll see. I'm just saying, I'm hoping that we stop sending the aid.
By the way, you want to know what the support was a year ago? It was around 60%. Now it's 59%. It's somewhat steady.
Okay. Well, I'm hoping we stop sending. I know you'd vehemently disagree, but regardless of what either of us are hoping, I think that you'll start to see waning support for that as domestic issues back home take more of a spotlight. Regardless, the other thing I was going to say is regarding the Afghan people having a seat at the Ukrainian people having a seat at the table. I hope BlackRock agrees with us and organizations like that I'm afraid will exploit this situation. But all joking aside, I'll say this. I do disagree with you on a lot of this about Ukraine. However, I absolutely respect the fact that you went over there and put skin in the game more than almost any other commentator you see online. I absolutely respect the fact that you've made friends over there and they're in a horrific situation. And I respect that, and I wish those people the best from the bottom of my heart. I do. And I hope if you go back, you remain safe so you can come back and I could beat you up in debates and shit like that again. I really do hope that. So, and thank you so much for calling in tonight. I appreciate it.
No problem, man. I of course #1 conservative talk show on Twitch. Okay, so I had to give you props.
That's like being the fastest fat guy in my county. It's like, yeah, I guess it's something. But all right, thanks so much. We'll talk to you later. I'm going to talk to my audience a couple minutes and I'm heading to bed. So thank you. Have a good evening, man.
We're going to. Bye-bye.
See you. So, all right, let me end this here, maybe. What is this rubbish? Disconnect. There we go. All right. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I could have went on and on and on. I wanted to let him get his case out. Look, as far as the idea of grifting, is Dylan there for personal reasons? Yes. Does he have an agenda and a bias? Yes. Is it still putting skin in the game to be there? Yeah. Do I feel he's genuinely emotionally involved with people that are there? Absolutely. And what I'm saying is most people just sit that stream. They don't actually go out there and try to do that stuff. And I at least respect, even if I disagree with Dylan's strat or what he wants done in the United States politically, I respect the fact he went there. Grift with extra steps, fair enough. There's plenty to argue about, and I could have argued about there. But what I wanted to do was, you'll notice when I talk to Dylan, particularly on this subject, I like to give him room to explain himself. Then we'll revisit in 6 months. Then we'll revisit in a year. And we'll see if the things that were being said, how accurate they were, or does it seem like things have changed? And I think that although it may look like I'm taking a back seat, I don't mind listening to him, and he might be right, and it's important to get the perspective from people even if you disagree with. But ultimately, I also think it's important to say, okay, I don't want to be accused of, well, you interrupted me, and I didn't get my full thoughts out. When 6 months from now, I go back and say, okay, this is what you said. This is how you said things were going. Now let's take a look. And I think that it's borne out by the previous, and we'll go back to that tape. I'll look for it here one of these days, right? We'll go back and we'll see what he said in the past. He said Russia had lost. He said, well, when I said lost, I meant maybe they could get into Moldova, but they can't take Kiev. He didn't say, and it was in direct response to me saying, but why are we sending this money if Russia already lost? If he really meant, oh, well, if we stop sending money, then Russia will win, then he would have said that. I wouldn't be able to make those points today if I didn't give him opportunity to give me his opinions in the past. And so that's always, particularly in these situations, what I've wanted to do, to allow people unfettered to state what they think's going on and their rationale, and then we'll come back to it. And so, I think on the Gonzalo Lira point, I don't think he has a good answer to what I'm saying. That as Americans, our government, if we're going to criticize other countries for locking up political dissidents, I know I'm over my time. I'll be done here soon. If we're going to criticize countries for locking up political dissidents, then we should certainly do it to our allies, whom we're funding. And I stand by that point. And quibbling about the term political dissidents, the important part is for locking up people for behavior we would consider acceptable back home. We allowed, even after 9/11, people to blame the United States for 9/11. We didn't lock them up. And I've been consistent on this point, as I said, advocated for the release of Brittany Griner. And Dylan makes the important concession. Because when he says, yeah, they probably should have just deported him, again, remember, he's at the border. They have him on tape at the border saying, okay, I'm leaving, I'm getting out. And they further detained him. If the problem was him there insulting Ukrainian troops and denying war crimes, okay, he'll be gone. You won't have to worry about it. But they didn't want him doing that in another country either. They wanted to make an example out of him. And that's what's outrageous. They wanted to make an example out of an American. And our government should not find that acceptable. And the idea that it's like, well, you can't stop sending aid for that. Again, do you really think that if Joe Biden said, listen, I hear you have an American locked up, what did he do exactly? Well, he was insulting our troops and he said Russia wasn't that bad. Okay, you're going to release him to our custody. And if Zelensky's like, no, I'm not going to do that, and be like, I'll remind you, we're sending you a bunch of money, And if he still says no, it'd be like, okay, then we're going to reconsider sending you this money. And I'll guarantee Zelensky in half a second would have been like, okay, you can have them. But that didn't happen. And it didn't happen because Gonzalo Lira would have been someone that the Biden administration didn't really care for either. That's why they'll go out of their way for someone like Brittany Griner with a hostile country and be willing to release the merchant of death. But with an allied country, they won't even make the ask and say, hey. So these people have no leg to stand on that talk about, oh, well, Navalny. Now, if your position is, look, what happened with Navalny is another example of how horrible Putin is. But yeah, that has not any bearing on whether or not we should send the money to Ukraine. That's different. But what I'm seeing is people that are saying, oh, now there's no debate. Now we have to send this money because of Navalny. We have to. Look at how monstrous Russia is. And that's just one example of Zelensky and Ukraine and things they've done that are condemnable. So, all right. Enjoyed the talk tonight. I hope you all enjoyed the show. Tomorrow is Friday. I can't guarantee I'll be streaming, but I'll try. We'll see what happens. I'm trying to come up with a plan with the Hank man, my son, see if we can do something fun tomorrow evening. So I don't know, depending on what we come up with, I don't know if I'll be available, but I should be around. And we'll see what we can get into. Yeah, that could be Alley Cat. That's absolutely. It did sound somewhat like an interpretation of what he was saying. So, thank you, Nico Pluto. I'm glad you guys liked it. I hope you appreciate. Look, I know sometimes like if I don't know if Aftershock's in here. Aftershock wants me to go aggro like all the time. He wants me to be like, "You fucking suck. Fuck you." That's not really who I am. Sometimes I'm like that, but most of the time not. That's not who I am normally. Believe it or not, I'm one of the least confrontational people to a fault you'll ever meet. But here's the thing. I adamantly believe my positions, and sometimes I get a little uppity or a little chirpy because that's who I am. I try to reciprocate the energy that I'm getting. I think Dylan, although he was interrupting me a lot, and I had to a couple times be like, I didn't think it rose to the level of like rudeness or anything that I needed to be so in return. But yeah, I think that I'm confident in my positions and one of the best people at pushing back on stuff. And understand, I've never claimed to be an expert on anything, let alone Ukrainian and Russia military capabilities. But I've been remarkably right on a lot of things. We didn't get into it, but Dylan went through the things that I was wrong with. I did say I didn't think Russia was invaded. Unlike most people, I'll fully admit when I'm wrong about something. I will. So I said, yeah, you're right. I said that. And then as far as did I think Russia would do better than they were? Yes, I did. But he's wrong when he says I didn't think Ukraine would be able to gain ground back. I did once it was obvious that Russia wasn't going to be able to just rush through. It was like, oh, well, this is going to be a drawn out back and forth, which again means Ukraine will take some land back, then they'll lose some like they've lost this week. So other than that, what have I been wrong about? We didn't talk about, I was right when I talked to Dylan Burns about Syria, and I got him to admit that we were pissing off Putin by bombing Assad, and he said, there's no problem with it. That's okay. And I was like, you don't think this could lead to disastrous consequences? No. That's what he was saying in like 2020. The idea that Putin was, going to be a threat to us or get pissed off and do something. No. And then he's repeatedly said Russia's already lost as we went to. And I'm sorry to tell Dylan how this ends. Yeah, maybe Alley Cat. He'll get to it eventually. I'm sorry to tell Dylan how it ends. It's not going to end good for the people of Ukraine. And I mentioned it briefly, and he was like, well, it's not going good now. It's not going good. But, I mean, eventually, it'll go the way of Afghanistan. We're going to leave. And we're going to realize, man, we should have had a peaceful resolution years earlier, or at least attempted, because it's the Ukrainian people that are suffering the most right now. But enjoyable conversation. All right, I'm not going to worry about raiding someone because I'm always having trouble with it. So I'm just going to head out. Thank you all so much. Possibly see you tomorrow evening. Remember, I have a debate with Pondering, who was formerly Ruminate. Guy has so many names. That'll be on Wednesday, this coming Wednesday at 8 p.m. Eastern, on Devin Archer's testimony, which should be fun. And then I should be doing, unless things change, there's a slight possibility the date will change, but I'm supposed to be doing Tim Pool's show March 1st. That obviously will not be on my channel. I will do a video reminding people before that debate or before that appearance to go ahead and tune into Tim Pool's channel, but you'll be able to see me there. So, yeah, it should be a lot of fun. I have no idea who's going to be on the show with me. I hope it's someone to debate against. I think that would be more fun. But if it's someone that I agree with, that's fine too. So I think it'll be fun. I think I'll do very good. I think Tim Pool's audience will like me a lot. So I'm looking forward to it. So yeah, March 1st. All right. Thank you so much, everyone. You all have a good night, and perhaps I'll see you tomorrow night. As always, have a good one.